hands wet.
The man of tempered glass will never be investigated. And that's how that will go, isn't it? That's how that's gone. That's how it was always going to go. Some good stuff. What a great government. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you. Welcome in. It's the Tuesday stream. I thought I'd treat you all today by having my tea before the stream. Just finishing it before starting the stream. So now you only have to see me eat tea once, which will be later today. Won't it? Before the end of the stream. I might even do the whole stream and have my second tea afterwards. Who knows? Just absolutely fraught with unknowns, complete roller coaster of events with the djmuel community and stream. That's why you come here. That's what you like, isn't it? That's what you enjoy from me, you streamer. Welcome in, everybody. We got Johnny, we got Bubble, we got... Sorry, I am absolutely covered in cat hair. It's fucking gross. We got Johnny, we got Bubble, we got Vord, we got Ally in HD. Or Ali in HD. I think is it Ally? Is it Ali? Ali the Ally? Sam outside, thank you so much for the 7 months. How are you doing? Good to see you. We got Ninny161, we got Middle-earth Marxist, we got PBP, we got Atomic. How are you all doing? You're not here, you are in fact a meat popsicle. That's fair enough. Why not have 3 teas? It was good enough for hobbits. It's good enough for anyone. I do actually have 3 teas. I have my breakfast, which is a tea, isn't it? And then I have my lunch, which is a tea, and then I have my tea, which is a tea. Mira Keith, do you ever worry that we're unpopular? He'll never ask himself that. He'll never ask himself that. Honestly. Chat, we are coming up on a year since my return to streaming. And, oh man, it is absolutely amazing. I was having a look at the stats. I was having a look at the, at what was going on. I didn't know, actually, but the reality of me coming back to streaming last year, it's so funny time, isn't it? It really feels like a long time away, you know, since last year. But, in fact... No, it really doesn't feel like a long... That's what I was trying to say. Doesn't feel like a long time away since last year, like May last year, but actually thinking about it and remembering very clearly the situation I was in last year and when I was coming back to streaming and what I was deciding to do, it's like, oh my god, actually, I've come on so much since then. There's so much that's gone better in my life. Like, I'm eating better, I'm healthier, I'm going to the gym regularly, you know, I'm getting better sleep, I've got a new bed, that's loads better, and the community here is growing. I'm streaming consistently, and it's extremely funny, actually. You can see in my stats, right, if you look at when I started streaming, I'd forgotten that I was streaming gaming when I came back, so I was streaming every now and then, doing, like, gaming streams on the main channel, and then, like... I think I was just like looking at current events and getting really pissed off with the coverage of it all. And I was like, fuck it, I can do this again. You know? And then you can see when I start to get consistent that the amount of people watching just like keeps just like exponentially growing. Like it doesn't stop growing at any point. Like the more consistent I am, the more people watch. That's a pretty solid bit of feedback to give myself. And, you know, hopefully I can have a solid year of consistent streaming now from May this year to May 2027. That would be ideal, to be honest, because, you know, I definitely had, like, some weeks where I had to, like, take a week off due to, like, stress and shit like that, but hopefully none of that's going to happen now. Hopefully that's not going to be an issue. You can't really predict that stuff, but, yeah, you know, might get sick, don't know, but I guess I've always got the gaming channel, you know what I mean? So if I am sick and I feel like I can't cover politics, I can't be on camera or whatever, I can sit here, splutter into the mic, play some games on the Donkus Jonkus channel, and then hopefully people don't forget I exist, or the people who don't watch gaming, and then, yeah. So, you know, I've got all kinds of contingency plans on the go. I'm thinking all the time. I'm doing art again. That's another amazing thing. Like, I haven't done art in so long, and just like doing some digital art a couple of weeks ago, I was like, oh my god, yeah, I remembered I could do this. I'm actually all right at this. And doing a bunch of reviewing of old sketches that I've done, digitizing them, working on color. Things are going well. I'm super blessed. And, again, I think I thanked you last week, but thanks, chat. Thanks very much. Frazo, how are you doing? Everybody, please go follow Frazo. Excellent streamer. Good friend and supporter of the stream. And, Red Planet. Morgana, how are you doing? It's good to see you. We also got Freddy. Hi, how are you doing? I do, in fact, play drums, but I haven't played drums in a long time. So, not currently, but, yeah. Long time ago was the first instrument I learned. Atomic, thank you so much for the 30 consecutive streams watched. Johnny says, had the first therapy session today. Good stuff. It's been good to talk about stuff, letting everything out. Fuck yeah. Let's fucking go. More men in therapy. Fuck yeah, dude. Great work, Johnny. Proud of you, King. That's some good shit. We got a bunch of stuff to look at today, obviously. Bunch of stuff to look at, including we got Ukraine and Israel having a Barney because Israel has like stolen some wheat or something, or Russia stole a tanker with wheat on it and gave it to Israel or something. I don't know anything about that, but we're going to learn about it. It's something that has been spoken about over the weekend. We're also going to be having a look at the UAE leaving OPEC and Kid Rock at the Pentagon. What is that about? Secret Service stopped armed suspects assassination attempt on Trump's life. We have a bit of a look at some of that brain rot surrounding that, kinds of things that people are saying about it and whatnot. Hang on a minute, let me just get that lined up. Yeah. So we've got a bunch of that to look at. And we've also got some UK electoral politics stuff. Because Keir Starmer has indeed quashed the investigation vote. The motion to investigate him misleading Parliament by about 100 votes. So we'll have a look at that. We'll have a look at all of that. Why did you stop playing drums? Time and capitalism. Hey Mushy, how you doing? Doing volunteer work at the Fab Lab tonight. Great work, Morgana. Good for you.
Vagina.
Meep meep.
Krill with the £25 early dono in. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Legendary. It also means we've got the Melpo cam unlocked straight away. I think what I'm going to start doing with the Melpo cam, just give me a hot minute, just a minute. I've got like another, like, this is a mic stand, but I wonder if this is something that can be done. I don't think it's something that can be done, because I would need a tiny, I would need like an adapter. No, yeah, this isn't going to work. It's not going to work. I have to put that away. I've got another kind of little tripod that I could... Oh! Scared the shit out of him. It's annoying how they use different screw sizes. I mean, it's a sad necessity because, you know, you can't just be using mad big screw divots for like a tiny webcam, you know? Because it'd just be... I don't know if it'd have the same structural integrity. It might hurt the... It might actually hurt the fucking, whatchamacallit? So curious as to what is behind that curtain. Is he on the roof? I'm not on the roof, no. No, it's literally just, like, my shitty room, man. Don't want people to see it, you know what I mean? Let's see if that works. Why is it not showing up? Watch your curtain though, I kinda like it. It's a green screen. Oh, I'm fucking everything up. Why no Tomcam? I don't know why it's happening. I don't know why that's happening. Chat, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back real soon. I'll leave you with some tunes. Completely muted. Completely muted. Sorry about that. I meant to say sorry about that, chat. That's how I started. I can't remember what I said after that. I said, hello, Virulent. That's what I said. I also said... Einzufeier disaffiliate Jubelaum. Thank you very much. Really G nerfed. Thank you for saying that my green screen is fire. We fell for the fake muted bit again. Yeah, it's good, innit? Good when that happens. Alright, listen, let's have a look. I was just making sure that you was paying attention, yeah, every single one of yous. Right, let me try and get fucking Melpo's cam working. It's just like... I don't know what the deal is, man. There it is. Webcam. Try it again. Which pro webcam? No. Let's unplug. Plug back in. Maybe it's because I'm trying to show it first. That's like not. It doesn't like that. Aha! Aha! That's much better for when he's down there, innit? That's just much better for when he's down there. You could just see him a lot better. I think I might need to get like give it a bit of height. But other than that, it's good, innit? It's good, innit? Much better than desperately trying to, like, you know, have a little look in there and it's too dark. Because that's the biggest issue, innit? Hello, Willow. How you doing? Right. Should we get into it? Saw this go by. Pretty interesting stuff. This is just some absurd... You know, they say the leading source for breaking news, but it's just a fucking yellow tick Twitter nonsense account. But this is, in fact, apparently completely correct. The Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank funded by the Koch brothers, published a study showing immigrants paid more in taxes than they received in benefits every single year from 1994 to 2023. Not a left-wing university, not a Democratic PAC, the Koch brothers' own research institute. They reduced the deficit by $14.5 trillion over 30 years, earn less per hour, but work at higher rates, which means higher per capita income, which means higher taxes paid. The country spent 30 years being told immigrants were draining the system. Turns out they were funding it, and the people who told you knew the numbers the whole time. Immigrants everywhere or in the US? I mean, it's probably correct for immigrants all over the imperial core, right? Because immigrants all over the imperial core are treated in this way. You know? With lower wages, but work more. Like, literally work more and work harder because of that, you know, hanging over the on their back all the time. People breathing down their neck, looking at their... you know, productivity rates and shit like that. It'd be the same story in Canada. It'd be the same story in Australia, Aotearoa, New Zealand, the UK, European countries, you know. Interesting stuff. This is some interesting stuff as well. So, this happened at the weekend. I'm not sure I actually covered this. But this happened on, I think, Saturday. And it is incredibly evil, illegal. I disavow. I can't believe that people would do this. But some activists broke into a warehouse belonging to UAV Systems, which is a subsidiary of Elbit Systems, and did a whole bunch of this stuff.
Nice.
Friday, 24th of April, 2026, 110 years since Easter Rising, the Irish Uprising, and we're here on the roof of UAV Tactical Systems in Leicester. If you're a member of the amazing Leicester community, get down here and support us as soon as you can. For those that don't know, UAV Tactical Systems produces military equipment, including drones. It's owned by Elbit Systems, which is Israel's largest weapons manufacturer. Elbit Systems proudly supplies the so-called IDF with its military equipment, with the majority of its weapons. And that's why we're here. We are fucking sick and tired of our government's collaboration in this genocide that Israel is committing against the Palestinian people. We are tired of waiting for them to uphold international law. We know what international law is, and we know that genocide has no place in this world. So that's why we're here today, to shut Elbit down. And if you're watching this and you're thinking, well, you need to have some kind of special skills to be shutting down a weapons factory, that is just not the case. We are ordinary people here on the strength of our moral convictions. And if you hold those same moral convictions and you know that you need to do more to disrupt this genocide, then please go to directactiontraining.org and find out more about the methodology and history of direct action. Direct action works.
Baldwin, thank you so much for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. How you doing?
We're here to shut Elbit down.
So not only did they get into the factory, open the roof of the factory, but they also got down into what is known as the clean room. The clean room is where sensitive electronics are created, and not just electronics, but also engineering parts for weapons systems, UAV systems. I think it's like unmanned aerial vehicles, just UAV systems, unmanned aerial vehicle systems, And in terms of the damage that this will have done, this could have taken out the production capability of this factory for months into the future, several months probably, because they have to decontaminate, rebuild, possibly rebuild a large part of it from scratch. If they don't rebuild a large part of it from scratch, there is a risk that the weapons themselves that they produce will be contaminated and not work correctly. They'll fix it within the week, but it's very expensive. No, I don't think they will. I think they won't fix it within the week. I think that they will probably have to spend, if they want to fix it properly, they'll probably have to spend a couple of months getting it sorted. This isn't just the roof of the factory, this is the clean room, right? As I'm saying, yeah? No, there's no way it'll be fixed in a week. It's just not correct. If they do fix it in a week, as I say, anything that's produced at this factory would be incredibly compromised. Right? So, the line that I have in terms of these kinds of actions, because of my commitments to Twitch and streaming, and this being my only job that I need to make money for, to pay my rent and look after my small furry son and buy groceries and this, that, and the other. I, of course, disavow the breaking of the law and crimes, and I would never encourage anyone to do that. But we are simply going to see more and more of this, aren't we? This is the reality. This is something that we can observe as people who observe the geopolitical situation. We know that people, when they see that protest doesn't work, peaceful protest gets, in fact, suppressed in this country. Voter desires and concerns are also suppressed in this country. They will just do more and more stuff like this. And it doesn't matter if direct action groups like Palestine Action, called terrorist groups, prescribed as terrorist groups, it's illegal to support them. You will just find that more and more direct action groups will appear. They will just continue to do this because, as that person said on the roof, They are sick and tired of our government's complicity, not just complicity, but participatory nature in genocide in Gaza and illegal wars of aggression in Iran. So people will just continue to do this. People will continue to do this. Wonder why they didn't wear a mask. A lot of these direct actionists don't wear masks or try and hide their identity because they engage in the kind of direct action that they're doing in this way, in a way that they know that they are going to get caught, right? And so there's no point in trying to be, what do you call it when you hide your identity? Subversive. Is that the word? Subversive? I can't remember. There's a word for it. Subterfuge. I can't remember. You know what I'm saying? There's no point in trying to mask your identity because you know you're going to get picked up by the cops. You know what I mean? So that's probably why. But yeah, you know, we're going to see more and more instances like this. The great news, in fact, because this is something that I can say, because of course I don't want to see anyone go to prison if they are, even if they are urged, you know, by a moral compass to do this kind of action, even though it's illegal and I disavow. I don't want to see, surreptitious was the word I was thinking of. Thank you, Middle-earth Marxist. You get the meep of the day. Despite the fact that they are getting done for doing these illegal actions, and I don't condone it, and I don't encourage it, I don't want to see people go to jail for something like this, because I think that's bad. I think it's bad that when people go to jail in general, I'm a prison abolitionist. It's completely legal for me to say this. So we've had 4 of the 6 bailed, which is great. It means that they're not going to be sent to prison on remand. There are, however, 2 who are still being held as of today. And of course, you know, this could be another overextension of police powers in this country, an overreach of the law yet again. But, you know, these people are going to keep doing this. People are going to keep doing stuff like this, and they are going to keep getting vindicated by the courts. And, of course, they'll be vindicated by history. Would wearing a mask make it harder to pin any one action to that specific person? No, because they're getting picked up by the cops, and when you get picked up by the cops, they just take your fucking mask off. What do you mean? What do you mean? No. If they were going to leave the site, right? If they were going to leave, if they were going to do the action and then get off rapid, then that would make sense. But they're not doing that, right? They're not doing that. So this is where we're up to. Is this going to work? Please. Thank you very much. What is going on here? Is it making my stream fucked up again? Can you hear me? Is everything playing in time and shit? I'm not like going, yeah, or anything. Oh, what the fuck is going on sometimes? Stream's fine. Thanks. The video is weird. The video is weird for me. It's picking it up. I just think whoever's like filmed this, it's really high quality. Like, it doesn't need to be this. It's 200 and wait, what? Why are you uploading videos to Twitter in 2160p, bro? What the fuck? What are people doing, man? That is so unnecessary. What, are we watching a film? Great stuff. I mean, it's still farting after turning it down to 1080p. Well, there it is anyway. All right, let's get into some geopolitics. Even though that is technically related to geopolitics, we'll have a little look at what's going on here. I mean, the video themselves doing the actions, but if you can't prove whether the person, example, setting the fire, kicking shit, is person A, B, or C, it'd be much harder to charge any of them with it. I think that they do wear masks in that regard, because it's hard to identify that one person that was like down there on the cleaning room roof, right? So yeah, I know what you mean. I do know what you mean now. But yeah, if there's CCTV in there and shit like that, I don't know. You know, these people make these decisions, and you know, we can't speak to them at this point. So you know, we actually can't figure out why the reason is that they do that. But you know, this is what happens. Yada yada yada. Hey, listen, chat. By the way, Krill got us to halfway of the daily dono goal for this week. I just need another £25 for tonight, and then we will have gotten to. Literally so close to the dono goal for this month. Yeah, we actually need £75 in order to hit the dono goal for this month. The amount is being weird. I think it's because someone donated in a foreign currency yesterday, and now it's like 624.995839. So actually we need we actually need £75 and 0.004271. 75.004271. Someone chucked some francs in there. God, imagine francs still being a thing. No, I think someone donated in dollars yesterday, which is always fine, but yeah, I think it just confuses the Streamlabs dono goal. Anyway, a little less than half a pence. The francs are a thing in Switzerland. Yes, they are. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah. So, yes, please consider donating another 25 quid today. If we get another 25 quid from the chat, I'll be happy. Then all we need is 25 quid tomorrow, and then 25 quid the day after. And then we will have hit the dono goal, right? Does that make sense? I'd prefer us to hit 50 quid in donos today, because then we can relax the last 2 days of the month. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? You know what I mean? You know what I'm on about? So please consider chucking 2 quid, 3 quid, £5, and we will unlock the 7th of May council election, local council election, all-nighter, going all through the night. I'm regretting it as soon as I'm saying it, as soon as it's becoming a reality for me. I'm regretting it, but it's going to happen, and we're going to do it. It's not going to be like those previous dono goal incentives where I realized I actually can't do them, and I stopped talking about it, right? This is a realistic reality, right? I realized I can't do a walking tour of Manchester because I don't have... You need like a special streamer backpack. People were asking me when I said that. They were like, have you got like a... You got like a setup? And I was like, surely you just stream on your phone and it's fine. No, that's not how that works. Right? Exactly. I'd stay up all night anyway, so I might as well be streaming. And you know, like I said, we'll chuck some exciting content in there. We'll play some Tomodachi Life, Normal Island. The VOD for Tomodachi Life, Normal Island is popping off at the moment. The VODs, they're some of my most watched recent VOD past broadcasts. You know, we've got them all up there. You can have a look. There's some of them on there, can't you? You've got that one there where we built the International Criminal Court and Graham Linehan. You can see that, can't you? You've got that one there where Trump and Keir get married. There's all kinds of shenanigans going on, and we can include that. We can include a little segment of that. Vagina. Mushy with the 25
what
quid.
might be one of the most left.
Oh, shit. Gone and done it, ain't you? Gone and fucking done it, ain't you? Mushy, thank you so much for the fucking 25 quid. Let's go! Now listen, chat. There's some chatters who are doing some heavy lifting, yeah? And I thank them eternally for giving me big donos and using their disposable income to support your boy, the streamer, right? But we can all do it together, can't we? That's the, you know, that's the entire ideology of communism, anarchism, all of that, all bundled together with a nice amount of lots of people coming together doing a little bit to build something big. Yeah? It is, in fact, the most anarchist communist thing that you could do to give me 2 quid. Feel wrong just saying that. It's not even a good joke. So please consider literally any little helps. £1, £2, £3. Ideally, I want to get to a place where people are literally just like, you know, donating £2 or whatever, and we get to the dono goal. You know what I mean? £2, £5, yada yada yada, that kind of a thing. But of course, I do always welcome the bigger donos. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. But there you go. There's the call to action. It's done. Yeah. We've pretty much done it for today. But if anyone wants to get any other donos in, that'd be ideal. Because we need to get them in at some point, don't we? You know, so that I don't have a heart attack on Friday night thinking, are we going to get it? Not on Friday, on Thursday, are we going to hit this dono goal? But, you know. But yes, thank you very much for all the support. Really do appreciate all of you. Let's get into the geopolitics news. So, we have got crude oil back at $100 a barrel, which is higher than it was before the highest peak. So, things keep climbing. Does it make a difference if we donate in non-quid? Should destroy it? It does not. It just means that it will convert. So, you know, again, it doesn't matter how much you donate unless you actually want to get like a specific dono alert to come up or whatever. You can change it to US dollars, of course. It's up to you. It doesn't matter. I need the company because I always do election all-nighters. Exactly. We all need the company, don't we? That's the thing. My credit company won't hold it as suspicious. Yeah, exactly. There you go. There you go. Welcome in, Should Destroyer. Johnny with the £5. Thank you so much, Johnny. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. So, we got the $100 a barrel here. Like I said, it's more than it was before the peak in the middle of the war. It's climbing up, it's climbing up, it's climbing up. And I think the stock market is recovering at this point. This is the 6-month performance. Microsoft, Oracle, and Palantir are doing the worst. In fact, the technology sector in general is doing incredibly bad. And software applications as well are also doing incredibly bad on a 6-month time frame. It doesn't look like they are able to pull any kind of benefit from the AI bubble. So it's absolutely mad that that's what's going on. Meta, of course, are also doing terribly. Spotify doing terribly. All these companies deserve it, you know what I mean? They're all fucking evil. It's disgusting that they make money at all. You know, we've also got this sector here, medical devices, which is losing a fair bit of money. Greatest economy ever. It's going really well. Because of all the cancelled data centers. Yep, absolutely. It's also going to be to do with people having cold feet about giving PFI contracts to Oracle and Palantir. And that's the reality of it, right? Microsoft is doing terribly because it keeps trying to put Copilot into absolutely everything, even to the point where if you click on an MSN news article like I did last night, it comes up saying curated by Copilot, and it's a totally AI article on Microsoft News. It's like, pardon? I don't want AI news. That's not why I clicked on that. It's not what I want. So there's a whole bunch of that going on. But let's take a little look at what's going on in between Israel and Ukraine. Some interesting stuff going on here. This is from the Kiev Independent. Israeli foreign minister rejects allegations over ship with stolen Ukrainian grain as Kiev summons the envoy. The story's been updated with additional details. Ukraine has summoned the Israeli ambassador Michael Brodsky to urge action over a ship that seeks to unload stolen Ukrainian grain at Haifa port, Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha said on April 27th. Friendly Ukrainian-Israeli relations have the potential to benefit both countries, and Russia's illegal trade with stolen Ukrainian grain should not undermine them. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar responded publicly to Sybiha later on April 27th, rejecting Kiev's accusations and saying diplomatic relations between friendly nations should not be conducted through social media or the press. I mean, like, extremely rare correct opinion from Gideon Saar, but never mind. Stopped clock. Allegations are not evidence, Saar wrote on X. Even he's saying this on social media. That's so dumb, dude. Evidence substantiating the allegations have yet to be provided. He added that the matter would be examined and said Israeli authorities would act in accordance with the law. Yes, they famously do that, don't they? Whenever I think of Israel, chat, I'm always thinking of a nation that abides by the law. I'm always thinking that. Panama flag bulk carrier Panormitis, allegedly carrying grain stolen from Russian-occupied Ukrainian territories, entered the Haifa Bay earlier this week. Marine traffic monitoring services now show the vessel idling near the Israeli coast. Kiev has warned of diplomatic repercussions if Israel allows the vessel to dock and unload its cargo. This has definitely already happened. It's definitely already happened. Failure to return the Panamitis bulk carrier away will lead to a crisis in Ukraine-Israel relations. That's so funny. Now the Kiev Independence diplomatic sources confirm the information. News comes as another vessel, the Russian bulk carrier Abinsk, docked in Haifa earlier in April with nearly 44,000 tons of Ukrainian wheat, earning a rebuke from Kiev. So this is correct. It's true. This did happen. So another one. It's happened twice. An investigation by the Israeli paper Haaretz found that at least 4 shipments of stolen Ukrainian grain have already been unloaded in Israel this year. It's difficult to understand Israel's lack of appropriate response to Ukraine's legitimate request regarding the previous vessel that delivered stolen goods. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's not difficult to understand. It's very easy to understand if you know Israel. It's very easy. This is not a difficult 5D chess move. It's so stupid, man. Hey, Fullestan, how you doing? It's like, what is happening? Hello, Wicked Trunks. Panama is initially departed from the port of Quebec. Russia's Krasnodar carrying over 6,200 tons of wheat, 19,000 tons of barley. Loaded with grain from occupied Ukrainian territories via transfers from other ships, Shuresko wrote. Axios' source said that Ukraine reserves the right to deploy a full suite of diplomatic and international legal responses if Panoramitis... Who wrote that in Axios? Because the main journalist at Axios is Barak Ravid, who is literally ex-Unit 8200. I can't find it. I can't find it. Sunday's World Stories was from last year. Ukraine duo. I can't find this story. I don't know what they're fucking referring to. There's no link here either. Anyway, never mind. Access to source that Ukraine reserves rights. Yeah. Russia seized millions of tons of Ukrainian grain from occupied territories, exporting it to global markets by shadow fleet vessels. Fuck yeah, dude. I love it when people talk about shadow fleet vessels. It's so sick. Hey, Bellatrix. Ukraine-Israeli relations during the all-out war have been complex. Israel has refrained from providing direct military aid to Kiev. What? Ukraine is so funny, bro. Honestly. Every single time I read something written by a Ukrainian, they're like, this fucking nation that, like, do they know what Israel is? Do they know how Israel operates? They're like, oh yeah, this nation that is getting tons of weapons and literally can only exist through the continued, donations of aid packages from the United States and the United Kingdom. They should actually be redirecting their weapons to us, right? First of all, Israel would never do that. Second of all, insane request. Completely insane request. Devoid of any geopolitical understanding of anything ever. They're just desperate for more weapons. They're like, please give us more weapons. Please give us more weapons so we can continue this war. And refuse to have a diplomatic solution to stop the killing. Insane. Just completely insane. Israel's refrained from providing President Volodymyr Zelensky has notably omitted Israel from his Middle East tour earlier this spring, which was aimed at deepening security and cooperation with regional players amid Iranian aerial strikes. That's actually quite interesting. That's quite an interesting development. Let's have a look at what the Times of Israel is saying about this. Of course, this is an Israeli paper. Ukraine to take measures against Israel if grain ship docks. Israel risks a diplomatic and legal response from Kiev if it allows a vessel carrying grain from Russian-occupied Ukraine to dock at the port of Haifa. If this ship and its cargo isn't rejected, we reserve the right to deploy a full suite of diplomatic and international legal responses. Israel's foreign ministry does not immediately respond to a request for comment from the Times of Israel. That's interesting. Kiev is tracking the vessel. Incredibly small article here. Can't even be called an article. This is like it could have been a paragraph. 2 paragraphs. Madness. So there you go. A little bit of a story there that's not really being spoken about, but it's interesting stuff. This is the big news today. This is the United Arab Emirates quitting the oil cartel OPEC. This is an article from the BBC. The United Arab Emirates is quitting OPEC and OPEC Plus groups of major oil-producing nations next month after nearly 60 years of membership. The UAE said its decision would help meet growing global energy demand in the long term after recent investments to boost its production capacity. So, it wants to boost its production capacity. Why is that, chat? Because the people who are invested in these oil companies and oil production facilities want to make as much money as possible before the world turns away from fossil fuels. That is what is happening. The UAE is the most Israel-aligned state in the Gulf. So, of course, for them, it is not about cooperating with other Gulf nation states. It is about making as much money for shareholders as possible. It's seen as a blow to the cartel, with one analyst describing the exit as the beginning of the end of OPEC. Gulf states' energy minister said being a country with no obligation under the groups would give it more flexibility. UAE's departure represents a win for President Donald Trump, who has previously attacked OPEC for ripping off the rest of the world. Of course, as well, the UAE is going to be friendly to Donald Trump and is going to want to send oil at a reduced price to other nations and stuff. Also opens the door for closer ties between the UAE and US. All of this means nothing, by the way, while Iran is still controlling the Strait of Hormuz. So, you know, if we are talking about, oh my god, this is a huge change, right? It's a huge change in the oil world and shit like that. Nothing much is changing while Iran is still in control of the Strait of Hormuz, and the USA is still threatening Iran regularly, over control of the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not going to read the rest of this article because we've got some Al Jazeera to watch regarding this. It's a 4-minute report. Remember, Al Jazeera, Qatar, want to remain friendly with the UAE, but may have been pissed off at this decision because, of course, Qatar are in OPEC. Let's have a look at this.
Announced that it's going to withdraw from the Organisation of Petroleum Exporting Countries. That includes the bloc's broader alliance, OPEC+. Now, that move comes as Gulf countries face unprecedented economic disruption after the US and Israel war on Iran. The UAE has released a statement saying this decision aligns with the UAE's long-term strategic economic
by any means
vision
necessary.
and the development of its energy sector. It's also driven by national interests and the country's commitment to actively contributing to meeting the urgent needs of the market, stemming...
Urgent needs of the market, chat, yeah? Urgent needs of the market. But you can't get to the market because there's a blockade. You can't get to the market. You just can't. You literally can't. So what's this for? Right? It is a investment for the future in order to be able to get into a position where they have a ton of cheap oil to sell to various countries when the Strait of Hormuz is open, when the conflict is done, when the war in Iran is done, and, however it ends up turning out with, the Strait of Hormuz opening. And it means that they will be able to capitalize on this massive need for oil in the market. Yeah? It appears to be flaccid on the face of it. What I would say, Weirdo of Oz. It doesn't really mean anything at the moment because, again, like I say, how are they getting oil out of the Strait of Hormuz? It's not happening, right? The UAE is completely aligned with Israel and the United States, and the United States is at war with Iran. Iran is in control of the Strait of Hormuz. They're not getting out. So, they are going to build up a big stockpile. Right? They're going to try and make as much as possible. I also think that this is probably because Iran has signified that their next target, if the United States attacks the oil production facilities in Iran, which it is said that it would do, Iran has said, we will hit the Gulf states' oil production and it will be devastating. So it could also be in order to try and increase oil production before that inevitability. A couple of things here that it could be. The longer the UAE remains out, the situation evolves, the more the others would be tempted to leave as well. Yep, that's also true. It means that there'll be more competitiveness in the Gulf. And I think that, if Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia choose to leave, there's going to be a lot of competitiveness between those nations, and there's going to be fractures, and it's going to mean that politics gets extremely shit, way more shitter than it's already been in those countries. Over the next, they are going to it very well could be something disguised as a win for Trump in order to hide the fact that the other nations will be pushed into the arms of Iran potentially as a result of this. Possibly a competitive position against US shale oil? Absolutely, it could be. Trump's boasting all the time, saying, we don't even need the oil coming out of the Gulf. Like, he doesn't realize he's pushing away allies, by saying this nonsense. Hey, Sorka, how you doing? Good to see you. So, yeah.
From disruptions in the Arabian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, which impact supply dynamics. The stability of the global energy system depends on the availability of flexible, reliable, and affordable supplies. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Dominic Kane. He's live for us in Berlin. What are we to make of that statement, Dominic?
On the face of it, it's something that really concerns the United Arab Emirates. Why should people in Europe really be concerned about it? Well, for several simple reasons. This continent is already experiencing a certain degree of concern at the governmental level about the supply of oil and other fuels. several different countries in different ways have been intimating they fear a shortage of different kinds of
Angola
oil
and Qatar
cropping
already
up
left?
in
What, like today? Oh no, this was like 2 years ago. Is Qatar, so Qatar is not in OPEC. Member countries. Qatar terminated its membership on the 1st of January 2019. Interesting. Okay, so they weren't in there. And then Angola withdrew its membership in 2024. So yeah, it's kind of fallen apart. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, it is a cartel. Like, this is how it's being, like, you know, reported. It's a cartel. You know, they are literally, like, banding together to try and make as much money as possible off oil in the region. You know, I don't know whether it could be called a cartel, right? UAE left today. Yeah, you were listening. Yeah, we're literally talking about that right now. It's okay. I'm happy if you just like the sound of my voice. I'm not bothered. Yeah, so very interesting stuff. I'm doing all right. Day was a bit awkward because I accidentally cancelled my debit card. Oh, fucking hell, Soccer. I'm sorry. I feel it makes sense since from my understanding it's being dominated by Saudi Arabia politically. Yeah, absolutely. It would make sense for any country to not be part of it, right? But yeah, I think that it's a bit of a, like I was saying, I like the way that Weirdo of Oz said it earlier, a flaccid decision, because, you know, what the fuck are they, how does this affect them in the short term? It doesn't affect them in the short term at all. It doesn't change anything. They're still not selling oil in the way that they would like to. The price of oil is going through the roof. So they are hopefully looking to sell their oil at a cheaper price, again, to capitalize on the after effects of the war, where everyone's going to be desperate for oil, you know?
Of the next few months. Certainly the Swedes were the latest to express a degree of concern. The
Swedes!
Economy Minister was speaking precisely about the topic today, saying that jet fuel is something to really be concerned about. So when you then bring it back to the stated reasons for that departure of a founder country, as my colleague was just alluding to,
what's going on in Berlin?
That here in this continent, at least, there's great concern, as I was saying. And why does it matter in this continent? Well, OPEC is based in Vienna, in Austria, and they will be meeting, OPEC and OPEC Plus will be meeting in Vienna tomorrow, where on the face of it, it will be the last time where the emissary, the ambassador from the UAE will take their seats and
he got me, mama. Training bees.
The other members,
hey, Val,
and consider, well, I will be leaving there, that from Friday, no more UAE representation in OPEC or in OPEC Plus, organizations that the UAE has been involved in for decades.
Al Jazeera's Dominic Kane reporting live there from Berlin. Many thanks indeed to Dominic. Here's a closer look at what OPEC actually is. The organization
OPEC Plus has got no ads yet, true.
Countries was formed in 1960 by Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Venezuela, but it expanded to include the UAE, Algeria, Libya, Nigeria, Gabon.
Austria's got a big
Guinea,
oil
and the Republic of Congo.
Production.
OPEC members are responsible.
You're joking, right? I was gonna say, what the fuck? I'm like Googling it.
For around 40% of the world's oil. That could be more than 30 million barrels a day. The group meets to set oil production targets and to manage global oil prices for the group. OPEC Plus combines the original members with an additional 10 countries.
They meet there because they love working in a walkable city. Yeah, that's what it is.
Kingsmill Bond is an energy strategist at Ember Futures. He explains this decision for us.
Kingsmill, the bread?
It is a very clever moment to do it when there's an oil shortage.
Fucking British people have to be stopped, man. This motherfucker is called Kingsmill. Like, I'm having like a genuine cortisol spike because of this. You know what I mean? And he's like an energy strategist called Kingsmill Bond. What the fuck he want about, bro? Yeah, what's next? Hovis Smythe?
Anyway, and therefore they are preparing themselves clearly for the period after the war.
Warburton Clark.
Now that we've obviously reached peak oil demand.
It's one of those names like Gilbert. No, it isn't. Counterpoint. No, it isn't. Gilbert is a common name that you will hear way more than Kingsmill. He's probably the 7th as well, yeah.
And we're entering into a new environment. They want to be free from the constraints of OPEC.
Like, how often do you hear of a fella called Gil, and you're like, oh, well, Gilbert, yeah, fair enough. You don't want to be called Gilbert. You know, not a lot. But yeah, exactly. When are you ever coming across a fella called King? Hiya, Kingy. King Sauce. Oh, he's called that because he doesn't want to be called fucking Kingsmill. What do you mean?
To do what they need to do.
It's not just one of those names. Where do you live?
UAE is, I would suggest, preparing for a world after the Iran war where oil demand is in decline and OPEC's power to maintain control and discipline will consequently be weaker. And it's a very rational move on their part.
Council house, yeah, council house in fucking Buckingham Palace Gardens or something. Coming across people on the estate called Kingsmill. What are you on about? It just... Anyway. What have we got here? It's a little joke. Cartel Noah here. This is not funny. Petrostates only do this when they're in extreme distress. There you go. I did the meme, but there's some core analysis here. Who is this? Abu Advak has been writing about the rolling politics of the Gulf. Let's see what this is. UAE's OPEC decision. Oil has a different role for UAE's economy to Saudi Arabia's. UAE has lower dependence. Oil to population ratio is more favorable versus the high Saudi fiscal break-even, i.e. Saudi requires a higher price to keep its society content. UAE has diversified away much more successfully. Oil exports about 30% of income. UAE prefers to just sell volume and not try to keep prices higher by cutting output. One of the source of tensions between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the few years within OPEC. Right, so that's the, you know... That's the difference there. If you want to know what goes on inside of OPEC, it's not always easy. Bloomberg, FT, Reuters, NYT, and Wall Street Journal were all banned from last year from the big meetings. BBG and Reuters had already been banned in 2023. Super interesting story from mid-2025. And you know why this is, chat, don't you? You know why they banned people from reporting on what goes on inside of OPEC. It's because the reporting has an effect on the markets. So if they were to report on... you know, tensions between Saudi Arabia and fucking, I don't know, Kuwait, for example. Price of oil will just go through the roof. So, you know, fascinating stuff. Some more geopolitical developments. We've got Iran's Arakchi meets Putin. And thanks, Russia, for a firm and unshaken report. Let's take a look at this from Al Jazeera while I go to the toilet, and hopefully I'll be very quick.
He's met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in St. Petersburg.
Vladimir Putin
is part of a diplomatic push to bring an end to the war with the U.S. and Israel. President Putin has pledged to do everything in the interest of Iran and to halt the Middle East war. Abbas Arakchi began a regional tour on Friday with stops in Pakistan, Oman, and other Gulf countries.
As witnessed by the whole world, the Iranian people, by their resilience, resistance, and fortitude, stood their ground in the face of the Israeli-American aggression, and we will be brave through this trial.
All right, we have correspondents covering the story for us from Moscow and Tehran, and that is where we begin with Ali Hashim. So, Ali, the meeting between Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, and the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, it's now wrapped up. What do we know exactly about what was discussed?
Well, clearly what we know is that Abbas Araghchi conveyed a message from the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei to the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This is very significant. As for other issues related to the meetings, of course, it's mainly focused on the next steps on the situation currently and what's going on. It's also focused on the proposed, or let me say, potential talks between the United States and Iran. Russia had several ideas on the table. Foreign Minister Lavrov spoke to Abbas Araghchi days ago and showed readiness for Russia to play this role in conveying messages or in bridging gaps between Iran and the United States. Also, Iran and Russia are strong partners. We always have to remember that when the war started, Russia was among the countries that showed support to Iran, and this was also stressed during the United Nations Security Council meetings when there was a decision against Iran. The Russians and the Chinese both used the veto. And of course, for the background, when the Russians started the war in Ukraine, also Iran was one of the countries that supported Russia, and it was widely reported that the Iranians exported part of their drones to the Russians. Of course, the Iranians have been denying this, but then this was one of the issues that has been always reported in this regard. So what we are witnessing is just that Iran and Russia are stressing their relation, and probably this also will have to do with any possibility of resumption of war, because at the end, Russia and Iran have their own cooperation in the defensive side now. There's no clear reports whether the Russians have been exporting or providing the Iranians with any kind of technology, but there have been a lot of reports in this regard.
Okay, let's bring in Yulia Shapovalova, who's with us from Moscow. So, Yulia, I wonder what the Russians are saying publicly about what their role is, or what they want maybe their role in this conflict to be.
Well, it's not an easy one, to be honest, but what we've just heard was just the tip of the iceberg, because we heard just something what was meant for journalists. Vladimir Putin stated that the people of Iran are heroically fighting for their sovereignty, that Russia hopes that the Iranian people will overcome this really hard period of time, and that peace will prevail. And he also noted that Russia will do everything possible to ensure peace in the Middle East as soon as possible, while according to Abbas Araghchi, the relations between Moscow and Tehran represent a strategic partnership and will be strengthened. And of course, the two are very, very close together. And of course, everyone is interested whether Russia supplies weapons to Iran, but the Kremlin, as we know, has denied many times these weapons supplies to Iran, despite the comprehensive partnership agreement between the two, because it is actually aimed at strengthening military cooperation between the two countries and includes security and defense, but it excludes the formation of a military alliance. Apart from that, everything is possible, and it's not prohibited. But despite Moscow is denying the weapons supplies, according to Western intelligence, Russia has agreed with Iran on the supply of drones to the country and also on sharing data on targets for strikes on U.S. military facilities. And of course, the negotiations are continuing right now, and hopefully later on we'll learn more about the
Sorry about that, chat.
Discussions that have been taking place in St. Petersburg. But of course,
hey, Willada, how are you doing?
The two countries have been in contact.
Head not working. Hello.
Of the war, and Moscow says it is.
She's spinning circular nonsense. I just heard like a bit of it from the bog. they're talking about, like, what's Russia's role in the war and what's going on? What are they doing? They're so spooky. Western media is too racist to give Iranians credit for doing literal rocket science better than the West. The West must find the closest white people to say they're really behind Iranian technology. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because you'd think that having the price of oil going through the roof, unless you're worried people will start using other resources if the price is too high. Exactly, Baldwin. That's, yeah. Just going back to what we were talking about. Reporting not being allowed out in the OPEC building. Yeah, let's continue with this.
It's ready to contribute to the settlement of the conflict and to contribute to the search for solutions by political and diplomatic means.
Yeah, and Ali, look, it's so hard to know where we're at in terms of the state of the negotiations between Iran and the United States to actually...
This reporter always looks the most stressed out of all of them. I follow Ali on Twitter. Like, he's pretty decent. He will, like, you know... very, 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 very rarely do speculation and stuff. He's a solid journalist, and he's in Tehran, and, you know, I imagine it's just proper stressful, actually, like, seeing the reality on the ground when you're a journalist with a backbone in Tehran, and hearing Al Jazeera just, like, doing all this, like, but are Iran evil? Are Iran an evil country? Are they evil? Do they do evil things? Do they eat people alive? You know?
In this conflict, we're having to kind of read the tea leaves on the travels of Abbas Araghchi and what that might tell us. Do we know where the Iranian foreign minister is going to go next and what that might tell us?
And by the way, all of this speculation on where he's going and what he's doing and who he's speaking to is literally just because Trump and JD Vance are still desperately trying to say that they are sitting down doing negotiations that just aren't happening at all. It's completely absurd. But yeah, that's why Al Jazeera is being forced to report on the comings and goings of Abbas Araghchi doing his standard, doing the rounds, as it were, of going and speaking to other foreign dignitaries in different countries to talk about, you know, what exactly, you know, where their relations are at, if their relations have been harmed by the war and all this kind of stuff, and trying to curtail any kind of damage that has happened, right?
Well, what we know is that this visit is going to be wrapped in Russia. He'll be back in Tehran as of probably this evening.
Okay, breaking news. The posted president has tweeted a truth. Tweeted a truth. Why are Russia and Iran backing each other up? Because they are both anti-imperialist nations outside of the capitalist imperial core. And they have close diplomatic ties as a result of being countries that have been constantly sanctioned, constantly threatened by the West. There you go. As I said, the posted president has tweeted a truth. There's a truth here. Let's have a look at what this is. The Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. I am doing something with Iran right now that other nations or presidents should have done a long time ago. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, economically and otherwise. President Donald J. Trump. I'm not sure I'd agree Russia is anti-imperialist. Yeah, that's because you've been propagandized by the West to think that Russia is imperialist. Here's a great question for you, Apple Chips, right? Because I know why you would think that Russia is imperialist. Because I too was propagandized by the West to believe that Russia is imperialist. Yeah? If Russia is imperialist, what kind of imperialism are they doing by invading a country like Ukraine, but not invading a country like Belarus, and in fact having extremely good relations with Belarus? Why are they not invading Belarus? Why are they not doing that? Why did they have really good, because what I'm saying is, if you believe the lies of Western media that Putin is a megalomaniacal Russian, imperialist, like that's what he does, that's, who he is as a person, all this like pathologizing of Putin, the man. What all of that points to is that he wants old parts of Russia back, right? He wants old parts of Russia back, which include Ukraine, Lithuania, Estonia, and also Belarus. So why is he not invading Belarus? Why is that not happening? Why does he have extremely good relations with Belarus? And there is no aggression going on there whatsoever. They constant trade talking, yada, yada, yada. Why hasn't he invaded them? And why has he invaded Ukraine? Yeah. Something to think about. So, what's this, right? I'm willing to be convinced. I don't know. I am not inclined to trust a former communist state. What? What kind of a reasoning is that? You are not inclined to trust a former communist state? What do you mean? They aren't communist anymore, so I don't trust them. They should still be communist. Do you know why they are not communist anymore? Yes, so by extension, you don't trust Poland. You think that Poland is also, no, let's not do that, Chud Destroyer. Apple Chips is someone who has been in my community for a long time. We don't do anti-anarchist, shit like that straight off the bat. Okay, we're not doing that. Let's have Apple Chips explain themselves. Thanks for that. Like, do you know why Russia is not communist anymore, Apple Chips? Do you know why that happened? You don't know the explainer? No. It's because the West pressured them constantly. Right? You know the Cold War? Yeah, there you go. An illegal dissolution. You know the reason that they're not communist anymore, right? The West pressured them for decades. We learn about it in school, but it was presented in a positive light, right? To be like, we have to stop these evil communists. There was constant sanctions, constant trade, fucking like messing around with like countries who trade with them, sanctions on countries who do trade with them, isolating them on the world stage. So they're not communist anymore because of that. Yeah, you're seeing it with Cuba right now. Like, it's literally, they did the same shit with that they're doing with Cuba to the USSR. And when it comes to saying, is Russia imperialist, right? Is Russia imperialists? Invading one country does not a imperialist make. Right? And it isn't as simple as invading one country. As a capitalist oligarchy, I don't like it in general. You can not like it for various different reasons. It doesn't make it an imperialist nation. It doesn't make it even close to being an imperial, like doing imperialism, right? If we are understanding imperialism in the theory, right? Capitalism is you get what I'm saying, right? Like, imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, right? They may be a capitalist oligarchy. They aren't invading Ukraine in order to do more capitalism. They are invading Ukraine because they've been threatened and attacked and prodded and prodded and prodded and prodded and prodded and prodded. There have been border disputes between Russia and Ukraine for like a decade, right? you know, people don't think about the fact that there have been so many examples of NATO encouraging various different factions within Ukraine to be totally aggressive to Russia because it's a nation that doesn't have a nuclear weapon, so it can be used as a proxy for NATO's goal of subverting Russia, right? And trying to get more control over Russian gas. You know? That's it. It's all about the resources. It's all about the West pissed off that Russia has sovereignty over its natural resources. It's just that. Think about it. It's in the news all the time. Russian gas, Russian gas, Russian gas, Russian gas. You know what I mean? No, it's okay. It's just that I think that, you know, again, like, I will always take the time to explain myself again, but I will focus on this stuff particularly because, you know, I do like chatter quality over quantity. You know what I mean? If we're all on the same page, then we've got a strong community. You know what I mean? Julio says, I'm sure Putin and his clique would love to do actual imperialism. Unfortunately for them, their economy is not able to sustain the exploitation of capital in the way the US can do that. So strictly economically, Russia cannot be considered imperialist. I don't even know if I would... you might know some more shit about Putin than me. Julio, I don't know. Again, it's very hard to like get any kind of insight into what's going on in Russia because we're not allowed to see stuff about, you know... We're not allowed to see stuff about Russia. We're not allowed to hear Putin speak. We're not allowed to hear Russian politicians speak here in the Imperial Core. And it might not be the case in the USA, I don't know. But, like, you know, you can't get Russia Today. You can't get 7x7. You can't get any of these fucking news sources. I don't think you're in the USA, Julio, but, you know. Ukraine being the smaller nation and being invaded while Russia as a capitalist state feels bad on the surface could definitely explain why it feels easy to believe that they're doing imperialism. Also, ask yourself this, is Ukraine a communist state? Ask yourself this, is Ukraine a communist state? They're not. And I know that that shouldn't mean that you should feel more sorry for them or less sorry for them or whatever. But the entire idea that there is like, you know, a bad guy and a good guy in this situation is the entire framing of the the liberal media apparatus in the Imperial Core, right? The only thing I remember hearing Putin saying the US was the denazification of Ukraine thing, and that was used as anti-Russian propaganda. Yeah, they said that a Nazi state should be denazified, which is actually correct. That's true. Obviously, it's not for another state to do that. Like, states should, working class people within their country should, you know, do sovereignty and, you know. I don't see a difference between a state being imperialist and a state doing imperialist behavior. I mean, like, you know, you're chatting with Sorka who, like, you know, is calling it imperialist behavior. I'm not calling it imperialist behavior because I don't think it's imperialist behavior. So, you know. Every capitalist ruling elite wants to reach the highest stage of capitalism, which is imperialism. However, Russia has not reached this level like the US has. The US is doing economic imperialism in a way that Russia cannot. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. If they are ideologically, you know, captured by capitalism, they will want to do. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Yannick, how's it going? Anyway. Let's move on. Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz. So, what's fucking happened here? Friedrich Merz, Iran. The US is being humiliated by Iran's leadership. That's why. That's why. So apparently, Friedrich Merz. This is so good, dude. This is so good. This is more of an example of NATO falling apart, Trump completely misreading situations and damaging relations between him and NATO all the time, and Merz thinking that he is saying the right thing, but because he has his own imperialist agenda, sat out here talking about, yeah, man, Trump needs to do better. US is being humiliated. He needs to negotiate better with Iran. It's ridiculous. 2 days ago, Donald Trump canceled the... Like, you know, these NATO freaks, right? These NATO freaks are literally sat there, right? Literally sat there freaking out, watching this unfold in Iran, going like, oh my God! He's fucking it up! He's not winning the war, he's fucking it up! And they can't help themselves. They can't fucking help themselves. Speaking to students in Marsburg, Merz suggested it was Trump's team that was being outplayed. The Iranians are obviously very skilled at negotiating, or rather, very skillful at not negotiating, letting the Americans travel to Islamabad and then let leave again without any result, he said. An entire nation is being humiliated by the Iranian leadership, especially by the so-called Revolutionary Guards. I'm doing kind of like French, German. I'm doing like a Belgian accent. Sorry. So I hope this ends as quickly as possible. It's so funny, dude. Iran put forward a new proposal on Monday for a ceasefire deal focused on opening the Strait of Hormuz, setting aside discussions on nuclear weapons, missiles, sanctions, and other issues for later. According to officials in the region, sounds Israeli. So good, dude. So good. Good morning from LOLO. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah. According to officials in the region, under a bill being prepared by Iran's parliament, shippers would have to pay Tehran for services involved in passing through the strait. This is not a new proposal, Guardian. Terrible reporting from the Guardian. Mediators involved in the talks see this as approach so unlikely to work because it would achieve none of Washington's professed war aims. This is so good, dude. And Trump is just like, Friedrich Merz thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. 10 minutes after the news broke, bro. This was 7:25 p.m. Right? This is like an hour ago. As soon as this article came out, this is so fucking sick, dude. This is, I just did not think that the empire falling apart would be this funny. You know? Extremely funny shit. Oh, yes, man. Let them fight. Also, hi, Ashlaws. How you doing? Crimea, Moldova, or Georgia. Rebel Phoenix, please. Don't engage in debates in the chat. Right? It pisses me off when people are bad faith, angry, and talk to each other in that way. Yeah? It's not like Marcus's stream. You could be here and you could talk to each other. But I don't want you coming in after, like, you know, having, you know, been lurking, hearing a conversation, and then you see a chatter having a conversation, and then you immediately come in here like, Crimea, Moldova, or Georgia. And you're also like wrong about Moldova and Georgia. What are you talking about? Moldova is still a sovereign nation. So is Georgia. What are you talking about? Complete bollocks. Nonsense shit. Right? So, first of all, bad for coming in the chat like that. Second of all, bad for being wrong. Wrongo bongo. I don't like the fact that, like, people seem to focus on Sorka quite a lot when they have an issue with understanding geopolitics, yet I'm the streamer. Sorka has many of the opinions that I have. I am the streamer. You know? Different with Walada, because Walada's having an actual nice conversation with Sorka, but, you know. No. Absolutely Sorka, but Rebel Phoenix is not correcting you. They're just getting shit wrong. Okay. Chancellor General, yeah, we've covered this. All right, so that's very funny. What else we got?
However, this is an issue that should be taken into consideration when we see the whole picture, the bigger picture. There is a point where it seems the previous negotiations that were taking place in Pakistan came to a situation of, let me say, redefinition, the redefining the talks. Because what we understood yesterday is that the Iranians have conveyed a new paper with new conditions. And this is on the contrary to the whole narrative that was being pushed by President Trump, that he is in control of this whole situation. The Iranians are trying to say we are also in control because they are putting right now certain conditions. Well, whether the President of the United States is going to accept to talk about these issues or not, that's another matter. What the Iranians now are saying, that they do not want to talk nuclear. They do not want to talk the sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. All what they're ready to talk about right now is ending the war, compensations, guarantees the war is not going to be resumed or restarted, and unblocking the strait without giving any other.
This is all the same stuff that they were saying like a month ago. It's not a month ago, it's like 3 weeks ago or whatever, right? There's nothing new. You know, I don't think that this is a new proposal that came out on Monday. I think, if anything, this is just something that has been reaffirmed by Iran. They've literally sat there and gone, yep, just to remind you, these are our demands. You're not in a position to demand anything else of us, and you shouldn't be demanding anything else of us, so that's that. Not a bad time to think of filling up the old car. I think you might be a bit late. Like, I mean, you know, look at where we're up to. Like, the oil price, like, it was probably about 2 weeks ago. You know? No offense, like, I'm just saying. I imagine when Brent oil prices hit $170 per barrel, the USA will go talk. Nah, they won't. They won't. They will fucking go. I just don't think he's gonna talk. I just don't think it's gonna happen. They keep saying that they're gonna do it, and then Iran are just like, we're not chatting in this way. You know what I mean? I've been filling my car more often and less at a time. I wish I had an electric car. Yeah. Sucks in the US for people in the US because obviously all the fucking infrastructure is you know, designed for cars. What's even happening at this point? Like, how many of Trump's deadlines are flying by? He's just so cooked, he just keeps stalling. Exactly. It's so obvious. And this is why people like Friedrich Merz, who are like NATO freaks, you know what I mean? They're just sat there being like, he's fucking it up. And then Trump's getting mad. He's like, tariffs for Germany. That's probably going to be the next thing. He's probably going to be stewing on this, and he's going to be like, tariffs for Germany. They think they can have a nuclear weapon. His ego is going to push NATO apart. It's going to push the empire apart. It's destroying everything. It's funny as fuck. It's the best way an empire falling apart could go, in terms of at least we've got shit to laugh at. You know what I mean? It's terrible. And obviously, you know, I didn't want to be coming back to streaming, ideally, and then finding out like a year later, I'm telling my chat, like, hey, next time you go shopping, buy a couple of more bags of rice, buy some paracetamol. If you don't need it, it doesn't matter, because we're not going to be able to get any in the next fucking 10 months. Husband's thinking of getting an electric trike to go to work. I would say a better investment than tanks and tanks and tanks of gas would definitely be an e-bike and a solar panel with like a plug thing. You can get these like battery banks with a solar panel, and you could charge it like that, right? NATO already had a summit to discuss Plan B for NATO without Trump. Yep. He'll say something about the German car industry is destroying their beautiful F-150 production. No other empire falling. This much banter, yeah. Yeah. Madness, honestly. Genuine madness. I'm saving for an electric bicycle. Motorbike is a big paperweight at this point. Yeah. 100%. I got an EcoFlow Delta with a solar panel. It works great. Fuck yeah. You get travel panels that you can charge from without the battery bank. It's, you know, like, does anyone else get this, like, horrible, like, nasty feeling of, like, we should have been talking about this shit 10 years ago. We should have been having these conversations 10 years ago. In 2016, we should have been talking about e-bikes and batteries and fucking solar panels and portable solar panels and shit. I know, yeah, more like 70 years ago, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, at the very least. Could have been doing it in the 90s, yeah. Exxon and BP spent a lot of money to make sure that conversation never happened in the West, yeah. I should have started vehemently hating cars when I was 12. I should have locked in. I was talking about it 15 years ago. No, but like, okay, is everyone like, you know, reading me properly here? I'm not just talking about moving away from petrol. Because obviously everybody's been talking about that for like 30 years, right? When I had a fucking tutor because I was bad at math, she was a proper crusty hippie, and she, you know, told me about fossil fuels and stuff. But, you know, I'm talking specifically about like this great conversation that we're having now about like, oh, we actually have e-bikes now. We actually have portable solar panels now and consumer solar panels. You know, I don't think that was a thing, you know, 10 years ago. There was so much opportunity, specifically when interest rates were at nearly 0% for 10 years, yeah. Mobility as a service is being blocked by the auto industry. Public transport is underfunded, yeah. It's never been sustainable, just like a year-only industry, it isn't. Never been sustainable... Just like war. Ah, yes. Just like war is your only industry, isn't? Yes, absolutely. Yep. Argos sell the panels you can charge straight from. Jackery 100 watt fold in. 188 quid. 188 quid is not bad, man. £188 is not bad. I'm not a boomer. I'm still one of those people that thinks bikes should just have pedals on for most people. Yeah, but like, why do that when you can just have an e-bike and it goes zoom? Why not that? Where I live started transitioning to solar and wind 10 years ago. We're at 76% renewables, on track to be 100% by the end of 2027. There were places that Defo had the conversation and decided on a course of action. Yeah. I know that, Lee. Way to come in here and like whack your renewable dick out on the table. Yeah, good for you. Wherever the fuck you are in the world. I'm sat here in fucking Normal Island. And the only conversation that politicians here are having about e-bikes is like, they go too fast and they go on the pavement and loads of migrants are on them, you gotta get rid of them. get on our level. We're trying. Yeah, wait till you see how fast a fucking motorbike goes. I've got an electric vehicle, get it solar in June. It's taken a long time to get it here. This is what I'm saying. This is what I mean. It's like, it's not just something that we could have chatted about like 10 years ago, like the easy availability of solar panel. Again, do you know what I'm talking about when I say that? I don't mean like fossil fuels and renewable energy in general. I mean like an e-bike, solar panel, you could get it. You know? That's what I'm on about. I'm not on about like, oh, we should be transitioning away from fossil fuels. Like, you know, yes, absolutely. That conversation has been going on for a long time. But consumer goods being affordable. Like, think about if you wanted to buy a fucking car, what are you spending money on? Insurance, petrol, the actual car itself. You're talking like fucking 20 grand, man. But, you know, let's have a look at an e-bike. Low-range e-bike. Cheap e-bike. No fire, please. Cheap e-bike. Right, 500 quid. I've just found one for. Looks pretty standard. 500 quid. Get that on finance. What are you paying per month, right? £50 a month. 10 months, it's yours. And then solar panel, like Mushy says, 188 quid. It's a no-brainer, man. Do you know what I mean? Those plug-in solar panels were straight up illegal on VA until last month. What, you mean VA? Like Virginia? VA? Great deals in Halfords right now for e-bikes. They know what they're doing. Oi! These cunts know what they're fucking on about. Halfords are fucking on point in the game. E-bikes, let's go. That's crazy, man. Hey, network, what's going on? We're just talking about how everyone should just buy an e-bike instead of a car. Bro, you can get these fucking, like, dutty ones that are like... Look at this. This is just like a fucking motorbike, bro. This is 600 quid. I might bother me dad and be like, oi, get us one of these, I'll pay you back. Because if I can just, like, avoid getting, like, finance through these bikes and that so I don't have to pay interest... Dad, lend us 6 ton and I'll pay you back 50 quid, 60 quid a month. You know what I mean? Look at this, man. This is fucking sick. You could get an e-trike, yeah? This is bad boy. You have to get a proper fucking helmet and that. Rock one of those in the winter on the prairies, yep. Electric cargo bike is elite. Have you seen them little, like, fucking Amazon, like, van bikes getting about? They're absolutely mad. Amazon delivery bike van. Like, can you just get these? Nah, they're like 15 grand. That's mad. You can't just grab one of these. These e-cargo bikes, they're actually fucking sick. Yeah, it's like an e-rickshaw. I've seen them getting about all over town, and I'm just like, that's fucking bad boy, that. That makes sense. I thought you were talking about e-scooters. No, not electric scooters. No. Like, you know, this is what I mean. Like, you've got, there's consumer level electric motor goods that are available now. You know what I mean? Someone donate £600 so Mule can buy an e-bike. Nah, save that for yourself. Get your own e-bike. I'll just have to see how much it is on finance, innit? You know what I mean? And then I'll pass the expenditure onto UChat, and I'll just increase the dono call by £60 a month. My bike guy suggested e-bike conversion kits. Yeah, you can also do that. You can also get an e-bike conversion kit. Are they illegal? Klarna, yeah. Can you actually do, like, you just, like, how much is that? It's not telling me how much it is. E-bike conversion kit. They're legal as long as they follow regulations. What are they? What are the regulations? You could get them off Amazon. I mean, I wouldn't get it off Amazon, but yeah, that's like 181 quid. What do they have to be? You need to be pedaling for them to propel you. That's fine. I've seen used ones occasionally. See, it's fucking mad, man. It would just be so easy for me to jump on this and go and see me mam. You know what I mean? I don't mind getting the bus and that, but it's a bit stressful having to wait around, and the bus goes a particular route that goes through a dead heavy traffic area. Jump on a fucking e-bike, get on the fucking what you call it, the bike path. They're in fucking 15 minutes, man. Do you know what I mean? And not just me mam, but like people who live further out from where I am and that. If you can move without being pedaled or made to go faster than 15 kilometers an hour, they're illegal. Otherwise, they're fine. Yeah, but what if I go faster than 15 kilometers an hour on my bike without an e-bike? Are you not allowed to go 20 mile an hour on a bike? Grocery shopping via e-bike is life-changing. Yeah, but I do that already. I fucking I'm criming. Are you not allowed to go faster than 15 kilometers an hour on a bike? On a push bike with no e-bike on it? I already use, so in Manchester city centre, we have e-bikes, right, that you can rent. That would be insanely fast in most cases. Yeah, but I'm sick. I can go rapid on a bike. Yeah, I often get the e-bike hires, and it costs me like £2 a go to do me shopping. Can we have a redo of speed but with the e-bikes? If you go faster than 15 mile an hour, it explodes. The bus explodes. I'm on a total derail now, but I think it's worth us talking about this stuff, chat, because, you know, if you're reliant on cars, it's a good conversation to be having. I might just go to the bike shop and just be like, can I fucking e-bike this shit up? Can you do it for me? Because they must have options on finance and that. Kid me going downhill on a ramp exceeded 15 kilometers easy. That's what I'm saying. If a bike can go faster than 50 kilometers an hour, it stops being an e-bike. It's an electric motorbike. Especially if it could go without being pedaled. No, I know, but I'm talking about me pedaling without an E on the bike. A regular bike. I go well fast. That's what I'm saying. But what if I've got a license that says, where's my fucking driving license? Ugh. Get a fucking e-bike on Klarna, stop pissing about. Listen, be patient. Surely if you've got like the A thing, right? Like I've got all the standard stuff on my driver's license that says I can drive stuff. Like a van, a car, and like a motorbike, but not a motorbike, I guess. Because I think you have to have motorbike training, don't you? Or something. But then it's got one that's like... If you have a license and you have your e-bike registered and MOT to go as fast as you want. Oh, that's fucking dope, that, isn't it? Fake it and go slow if you see a cop. I would never break the law. Get your CBT sorted. What are you on about, you? How do you know about that? Right, okay, right. That's the e-bike stun lock done. I'm probably getting one. I'll keep you updated, chat. Motorcycle CBT. I'm sorry, I don't want you posting your weird freak shit in my chat. Yeah, that's against the rules. Whatever you're into, that's fine. Like, as long as it's safe, sane, and consensual, risk aware, right? That's fine. But I don't want to see it.
Guarantees or any other commitments.
Or we'll click on it.
What does this mean? What the Iranians are trying to do right now is to just show that they are not in a hurry, that they are not going to be dragged into President Trump's game, and at the same time, they are putting...
If you want to ride a moped up to 50cc and you've passed your driving test before the 1st of February 2001, no, that's not me.
The rules of engagement their own way on the table, but at the same, this could be seen as a negative.
This is far more boring than I thought it was going to be.
The positive sign here is that what the Iranians are trying to also do is to say, well, there are some easier steps that we can start with. We can talk these issues that are bridgeable. They're not big gaps. And then when there is a deal, the war is over, we have a trust building measure that's in place, then we can go to other steps such as the nuclear, the Strait of Hormuz, and whatever's left on the list.
All right, let's see if they can get past step one here. All right, Ali Hashim for us live in Tehran, and Al Jazeera's Yulia Shapovalov.
All right, thanks very much. What's this? Iran steps up diplomacy as foreign minister heads to Moscow for talks. This is all anyone is talking about over the weekend with regards to Iran, and they're saying they're completely confused. They're like, why is Abbas Araghchi going to speak with Putin? What's going on? Why are they doing that? Why is it happening?
Araghchi is heading to Moscow for talks with President Vladimir Putin as Tehran steps up diplomatic efforts to try and end the war with the United States. Araghchi has been on a regional tour since Friday with stops in Oman and in Pakistan and consultations with Gulf and regional partners. He's also held calls with counterparts in Qatar, in Turkey, Saudi Arabia.
Qatar.
Meanwhile, Trump has cancelled plans to send his envoys to Pakistan, saying that a new proposal from Tehran was not good enough. Just a little while ago, Araghchi posted on X and said he was appreciative of my gracious hosts in Oman, important discussions on bilateral matters and regional developments. As only Hormuz littoral states, our focus included ways to ensure safe transit that is to benefit of all dear neighbours and the world. Our neighbours are our priority.
Nappers. To say hi.
Earlier, Oman's Foreign Minister Badr al-Busaidi.
Uber and other e-rental units have now decided to use their fuck all the laws powers to attack the far-right anti-e-bike fear-mongering being down by the MSN now at the behest of the oil markets. That's crazy. That's absolutely fucking crazy.
It's a similar statement following his meeting with Iran's foreign minister, saying he had a good...
Yeah, this is the thing you want to be doing, chat. You know, if we're talking like... Now, this stream is not financial advice, yeah? But if we're talking about how can you survive in the new world, I think I'm going to try an e-bike. And the reason that I think I'm going to try that is because, as we've discussed, it's much cheaper than a car. Even if you buy an e-bike, brand new, straight out the gate, 600 quid, that is like a tenth of the price of a car. And completely fine for the environment. You can go zoom, right? And it's not even that dangerous. Because if you think about like the 15-kilometer limit, right? If you think about the 15 kilometer per hour limit in the UK, it is completely reasonable because you're flying through the fucking, down the bike lane. There's no traffic in the bike lane because no one fucking has them because everyone has a fucking car, right? And you just, you have the benefit of it still being a bike. So when you're at those crossings where there's like a green bike, you can go. When the pedestrians are going, you just have to go slow and not hit any pedestrians. It's dead easy. 50 kilometers an hour is as fast as you'd ever need to go. No one is more homicidal to cyclists than motorists, exactly. I'm told the major change with electric bicycle is they abolish hills. Yeah, every ride is a smooth, easy ride. Yeah, exactly. So there you go. That's it. And you're just going to be outside more, innit? You know what I mean? Buy one that you can easily buy spare batteries for. Yeah, that's a good shout. We just need sodium-based batteries to become normal so we can get them on trains as well, yeah. Are you on the payroll of Big E-Bike? I fucking wish. Chat, give me money. Only downside is you gotta watch out for Ronnie Pickering, though. Don't worry, he's definitely not my neck of the woods. Ronnie Pickering! So there you go. That's my... Ew! I'm Ronnie Pickering! Call John E-Bike and get Mule a sponsorship. I was having to explain this to my normie mates a couple of weeks ago, by the way. That, like, the only sponsorship that I ever got as a streamer was HelloFresh. And I had to... I got dropped as a sponsor almost immediately because I made a joke about like felching or something. Can anyone remember what it was? Was it felching? It was like the Halloween stream. I was dressed as Gandalf and I was doing I was carving a pumpkin. It was like 2022 or something. And I thought that the start of the stream, when I didn't have the HelloFresh logo on and stuff, I thought that was fair game because I didn't have the logo on the stream or anything. I wasn't talking about HelloFresh. I was just like, this is just the start of the stream. I'm just going to talk about what I want, talking about felching and all that shit, right? And then after that, I put the stuff on the stream, and I didn't make any jokes about felching or anything like that. And then they just, I logged on to Stream Elements and they were like, no sponsorship for you. And I had to fucking fight them for that money because I made a bunch of dough. I made like fucking 600 quid or something because everyone in chat was dead sound and got the HelloFresh thing. You know what I mean? No, yeah, I learned after that they are strike breakers and terrible employers. So, yeah, it is good. But, thing about sponsorship is that it always sounds like companies basically want to own you. They just have agreements in the, whatchamacallit. They just have there's clauses in the contracts that are like, yeah, you can't do X, Y, Z, yada, yada, yada. You have to really do a bit of reading. And I read all that stuff and I was like, yeah, I agree with it. But it's like, what? Why are you counting the start of the stream when none of your fucking logos and shit are on my stream as the start of the sponsored segment? It wasn't. That actually happened to a friend of mine who's family friendly. They didn't even cuss and they still look for any reason to pull it and not give him the money. That's crazy. That's scum. They're literally scum. I'm going to get sponsored by someone else. I'm going to get sponsored by Big E-Bike. Everybody go follow Goblin Hugger, by the way. Great streamer. Not Goblin Jam. I've done it again. Don't do that. Don't follow Goblin Jam. Follow Goblin Hugger.
Discussion on the Strait of Hormuz. He went on to say, as littoral states, we recognise our shared responsibility to the international community and the urgent humanitarian need to free the seafarers held for far too long. He also said that much diplomacy is required and practical lasting freedom of navigation. Al-Baghdad Al-Ruhaid is live for us in Tehran. So first up, Al-Migdad, what is Iran expecting from these visits to Oman and to Russia?
Yes, indeed. Abbas Araghchi and his team have been circling and traveling, and in active diplomacy, actually shuttle between capitals here in the region, starting from Islamabad. Then
Cunning Linguist, thank you so much for the 4 months.
Been away a while. Glad to be back.
Thank you very much for the Prime sub. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome back.
They head to Moscow and then again stopping in Islamabad, and he will visit Moscow tomorrow. So this is what we called here in active diplomacy from Iran's foreign minister and his team, that they are trying to say that we are open to diplomacy. We are trying to gain a regional support from our partners, and especially when it comes to Oman and Muscat, we know that they have a good history with them as a strategic ally, a strategic partner, especially when it comes to the negotiations and the past negotiations round. They are a they were mediators between Tehran and Washington, and also when it comes to Moscow tomorrow, some analysts here speak about a strategic relation between Moscow and Tehran, and as they said, they want regional support. They are try to demonstrate and consolidate their presence here in the region. And as you said, we have just heard from Abbas Araghchi. He just posted on his account on X. He speak about important discussions on bilateral matters and regional developments as only Hormuz laterally states. Our focus included ways to ensure safe transit, that is to benefit all dear neighbors and the world. Our neighbors are our priority. The bottom lines here and between the lines here, that the Strait of Hormuz is being one of the main issue. He transferred his perspective. He spoke about this matter, especially when it comes to the blockade and to the escalation, the back and forth escalation between the United States Navy and IRGC Navy. We have seen in the past few days that both sides seizing vessels, and so this is one of the important issue that Abbas Araghchi tried to transfer through the regional partners.
And with this active diplomacy, what's been the reaction within Iran to the latest developments?
Actually, the reaction here is, we can call it, there is a support. Sometimes we know that President Pezeshkian and his team, and also many of officials here saying that we are open to dialogue, we are open to negotiate, but at the same time there is a deep mistrust, and there is a precondition.
Right, I'm stopping looking at e-bike stuff now. Sorry, chat.
Imposed by the United States Navy on the Strait of Hormuz, and also they need the trust from Washington to go forward. And also at the same time, we know that there is a cautious diplomacy from Iranians. They not engaged in direct negotiation for the past.
What have you got, Mushy? Did you say you've got one of them? Sorry, I know I'm going on about it. Did you say you've got one of them portable panels? It's just like a portable panel that you can fucking plug into your e-bike charger and shit. You can just charge your e-bike on the fucking go. You got 2. That's mad. Are they spenny?
But at the same time, they are trying to say we need a good ground or good environment before engaging.
Do an e-bike research stream.
At the same time, in the street, we saw that we hear voices of uncertainty. People try to say that we are in the middle of no peace, no war. So the uncertainty is shaping the air here. So overall, the message is clear. Iran tried to say that we are open, and also we are open to negotiate, but
are they dear? Are they expensive?
Whether the big question remains whether this lead to a breakthrough or another round of negotiation or another round of deadlock. This will prevail in the next days.
All right, that's a picture from Tehran. Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid, thank you. Let's hear now from Zaman bin Javed, who's been following the latest
Yes to the e-bike research stream. Put me in a bike helmet and sunglasses for it.
From Islamabad.
Diplomacy is not dead. It's a process which is going to take its time and involve all actors. That is what we are being told here in Islamabad as
188 quid from Argos. That's sick. I didn't know that that's what you were referring to before. 188 quid's dead good. That's dead good. What if you got a group cargo e-bike with your neighbours so you can afford it? I mean, to be fair, why would we need a cargo e-bike? And 16 grand is mad. Like, if it was between everyone on our floor, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what's like 16 grand divided by 9 people? To carry everyone's shopping, everyone's, all the shopping, everyone's. You could get them cheaper than that. You could get used electric vehicle Corsa for that with chain. Yeah, I was going to say, you could get a cheaper one. And because I'm just thinking about the Amazon ones. Right, let's have a look at that.
The foreign minister has made a quick stop to apprise the Pakistani leadership, which has been pivotal.
Oh yeah, you can get them for a grand.
And
a grand and two.
To Russia, where he's going to have further meetings. In the last 24 to 40...
Even Melpo's shopping. Melpo right now, I don't know if you've noticed. I fucking love it when he does this. It's so good. Look at his head there. He's just got his head smushed in the fucking corner. It's so top. That's so good. Imagine just smushing your head in a corner. That'd be so good. Get them for moving big stuff from the shops like furniture or a new vacuum or a new games room decor. That's a good point, isn't it? That is a good point. You're right. I would do the building grocery shopping on the cargo e-bike. I would do it 100%. How easier is it easy for him to get nicked and that? Belt a whip for 8 bags. See, the only problem with Lecky cars is that in this building, they just don't have a way to charge him. You would just have to charge it and pay more money than you would if you were charging it at home. So, like, the car park, they just don't have one. Can't imagine those cargo guys are easy to lug upstairs. Yeah, we would also have to park it downstairs, and it might get nicked. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'd love a banger Corsa, Lecky Corsa, but yeah, it's yeah, that's the shit reality of living in flats.
48 hours. There's
You know what I
been a
mean?
flurry of diplomatic activities.
Oh, you could just take the battery out. Yeah, you can. You could just take the battery out and take it in the shop with you. That's smart as fuck.
Just what the US president said about pulling his envoys out of the equation who are expected to arrive in Pakistan, but also with the Iranians. The Iranians, right after those long consultations with the Pakistanis, went to Oman, where they've met the Sultan, the Iranian foreign minister met his Omani counterpart, but then there was a flurry of phone calls. The Iranians have spoken to the Qataris, the Saudis, the Egyptians, as well as the French, and we believe there have been some communication with the Russians as well. That's where he is headed towards.
I got an email as well today, chat, from Patreon, from the CEO of Patreon, and he's saying that they're turning Patreon into Twitter. Have you seen this? Have you heard this? It's come in. I'll just read a bit of the email for you, because I just found it dead mad. I was like, what are you on about? Oh, where is it? Oh, I might have deleted it. I think I deleted it. Yeah. Yeah, John Patreon. Basically, what you could do is you could do a quip, right? It felt like an April Fool's, but obviously it's the end of April, innit? In your bin. Get sponsored by the Corner Face Squish Corporation. AI Psychosis. Why are you saying AI psychosis? You're saying that I looked at AI and I've got psychosis. In my bin? What are you on about, in my bin? Your email bin, it doesn't empty or... Oh, that's right! Yeah! Soz. Yeah, you're right. If you delete it, it's still there. Thanks. Yeah, alright. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. Thanks. No, I can't find it. Maybe it's not. Audra, what are you doing? Oh, hello. Audra, thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Let's fucking go. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes, everybody. And everybody should go follow Audra Reigns because she's amazing, aren't you? Not just because you bought me subs, just because you're a great streamer. How you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. Are you doing that mouse PI? That's fucking mint. It looks really good. Mouse PI. Patreon doesn't accept VND. What? Vietnamese dollars? Patreon is excluding... Patreon is sanctioning Vietnam. Is that true? I didn't know that. It does make that site bad, actually. It makes it extremely bad. Yeah, okay. Well, we're listening this now. Is it dong? Is that what it is? Vietnamese dong? Here's me calling it dollars. Vietnamese dollars. Of course it's not dollars, it's dong. Patreon's more restricted than the US government when it comes to trade with Vietnam. That's crazy, man. Patreon are just... That's why I'm not making enough money on Patreon, because it's clearly anti-communist. Yeah, thank you so much, Audra. Has that triggered a hype train? Are we doing a hype train, or are we just chilling? I understand why Luna and EJ have a camaraderie page instead. Camaraderie. Camaraderie. We'll have a little look at that. It's not saying it's a hype train yet. It's just saying order gifted subs. Not updated. I don't mind a hype train. We've hit all the goals for the day. We're not having one. That's great. That works for me. That's fine. Let's continue with the news.
So it appears
we're also just kind of just chatting about whatever today. It's just like a very like, you know, as soon as we hit the dono goals for the day, I'm talking about buying a fucking e-bike. I'm like, chat, what if I bought an e-bike? That's what the streams become. We're talking about buying an e-bike. We're talking about... So stupid, honestly. So stupid. This is really important stuff that we're covering. Yeah? Really important. I am doing a community service. It is worth it. I am valued. I really want one. Everyone, this too is communism, exactly. It's good advice. It's not advice. I'm not giving advice. I'm just talking about, I think it would be good to have an e-bike. You know, because of the current state of affairs. You know?
Whatever happened, according to one...
I don't know why I've not thought about it before, actually. I genuinely don't know why I've not thought about it before.
Source has
I think it's because I get the rentals, you know what I mean? But the problem with the rentals all the time is that you have to put them in stations, and there's like a limit. So if I wanted to like this is why I was talking about cycling to my mum's. If I want to cycle to my mum's, I could get one of the rental e-bikes, right? And it costs £2, so it's like, you know, it's not to be sniffed at or whatever. And you know, zoom straight down to where my mum lives. You have to park it like a fucking 20-minute walk away. What's the restriction on financial advice? You should just never give financial advice as like a streamer. You just shouldn't do it because you can like get done. Like, if I say something here and then someone does it, and I say this is financial advice, they would, you could sue me, I guess. Been hovering in Halford's site for weeks. That's how I know there's deals. I'm getting on Halford's, man. That's mad. Where's my nearest fucking Halford's?
It became a catalyst that there needs to be a permanent end to hostilities, and that is what we're being told here in Islamabad.
Halford's Manchester.
A framework of sorts which provides...
Chat, have you heard that we might have to... you might have to put your ID in the computer to make the internet work in the future? Have you heard about that? If you're in the UK, they've pushed that through. Go Alfred's, ask if you can test one in the car park and just bomb off. Hey Loki, how you doing? Bomb off is so funny, mate. Get a VPN and never turn it off. Yeah, I mean, that's just what's going to happen, right? Pirate Wi-Fi is going to be a new pirate radio. It's mad, innit?
A background with which all of these sides can come to an agreement. Not just the Iranians and the Americans, but essentially the Gulf countries as well. You've been hearing from various Gulf capitals that...
It does mean that children can't access the internet. Yeah, they're trying to block off the internet to under 16s. That's the whole idea. I really need to get a VPN. I don't know if he's still doing it, but Maple Takes, he had like a Proton VPN deal on his stream. He's been sponsored or whatever. And you can probably go and get that there. I got like Proton VPN for a year for like 50 quid or something. Pretty good.
Warrants them be included in whatever the aftermath of the situation.
Hey Nemesis.
They don't want a repeat of what happened in 2015 under the JCPOA, where they felt
VPN might not help if they're trying to do it at OS level. Oh yeah, that's true.
Being built towards a deal. The Pakistanis are still hopeful that there will be a second round. Time, participants, and the details still not clear. But the diplomacy is happening. The levers are being pulled, the wheels are turning, and we're still getting hopeful signs from the Pakistanis that they will be able to mediate between them so that there is a permanent and an end to this conflict which is acceptable to all sides. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Okay, let's re-examine the sticking points between the US and Iran and exactly what they are. Tehran is demanding an end to what it calls aggression and targeted assassinations, also seeking guarantees against future attacks and reparations for war damages.
If you want to watch porn in some US states, you have to upload your ID. I've got news for you about the UK. Don't know what that's like. That must be bad.
Tehran also calling for an end to fighting on all fronts, including those involving its allied groups, and it wants its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz recognized. Iran has rejected a 15-point list sent by President Trump. That was in late March. The US media say that list includes Iran dismantling its nuclear facilities and promising to never develop nuclear weapons. The US is also calling on Tehran to limit the range and number of ballistic missiles it has, to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to end its support for regional allies. So let's take this on with Mark Kimmett now. He's a retired US general and a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. General Kimmett, welcome back.
Thank you.
So first up, Abbas Araghchi, Iran's foreign minister, flitting about doing this shuttle diplomacy. And he was talking about his trip to Oman, saying that he was appreciative of his trip and said that talking about his neighbours, his literal states, our focus included ways to ensure safe transit that is of benefit to all dear neighbours and indeed the world. And then he said, our neighbours...
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. No squirting. And not just ID. On most sites, there's an option between ID or scan your face. My first interaction with the online safety app was me not being able to access a Reddit post about growing mushrooms with bamboo without giving them my full government ID. Sick. So good. It's so good. That's so evil. Yeah, it's bad, innit? Sick stuff. There's going to be a picture of a little PC on the back of your driving license soon, along with all the cars, lorries, bikes, and shit. Oh, that's so true.
Our priority. Sort of a conciliatory tone there from Arachi.
I'm not sure it's conciliatory as much as it's a bit of a charm offensive that he's going on.
Can't wait for my trip to China where I'll have freer access to the internet, right?
Other than his own, that...
Does it sending a freshly taken picture of the player character from Red Dead Redemption 2 work for some reason? I would never encourage people to bypass the Online Safety Act. But I do think that is a thing that people have done, yes. Also, look at Melpert. This is what you pay for, chat. This is what you pay for. So cute! He's just so cute!
Yeah, to side with the Iranians in this entire discussion. No doubt in those discussions, painting America as the great evil without noting the fact that they are asking for tribute for transit through the Gulf and...
This is so good. Oh, that's so fucking sick, mate. Yeah, they're going around calling America the great evil. Well, have they considered that they're asking people for money to go through their territorial waters?
Declaring sovereignty over that. Well, especially with Oman.
Proton VPN is free on mobile. Is that true?
Sovereign over the Strait of Iran. They have a bilateral agreement with Iran now to share the effort.
Another idea, of course, is non-combat naval solutions to try and reopen the strait. Again, there's precedents for this back in the 80s, the tanker wars, I think it was.
Yep.
Non-combat naval solutions to opening the strait. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Tell us about that and how that might be applied to this situation now.
Well, in the backdrop of the Iran-Iraq war, that devastating war between those two countries in the 80s, there was an attempt by both sides to cripple the economy.
Hi, Soph. They made it illegal to have sex in the UK to protect the kids. It's so true. Please go and show some love to Soph. Sophie from Mars, my co-host on Red Planet. There's quite a few free VPNs, usually with really small daily limits. If not that, they're tracking everything you do. Windscribe has all functions, but has a limit. It's crazy. They got the same amount of VPNs as they do like streaming services. They got like Poob and Squibbly and Scrob, but it's VPNs.
Way than to go after the oil resources flowing out of the...
They made it illegal to be a kid in the UK to protect the kids. Yeah, that's true.
Time, which was not a belligerent...
And illegal to protest.
Agreed to reflag the Kuwaiti tankers and escort them through the Strait of Hormuz. At that time, the United States was not a belligerent, was not a party to the conflict. And so the decision had to be made by either Iraq or Iran, or both, did they want to drag the Americans into the war. So by providing that shield, we took the risk of drawing America into the war, but neither Iran nor Iraq took that upon themselves.
There is a difference today, of course, isn't there? Because the US is a belligerent.
Well, and that's exactly why there is so much talk about an alliance effort separate from the United States. Number one, by those who are...
This talking head is so interesting because the guy at Al Jazeera literally just said, yo, this is a situation where the US is being belligerent, and then this talking head is like, well, yeah, that's why there's got to be an alliance effort separate from the United States. Interesting. He's like a John Mearsheimer type, but like not good. He's like a bad John Mearsheimer. He's like, Iran are evil actually, and they should be destroyed, but the US is bad too. He's the ultimate geopolitical centrist.
We're not in the war, and more than likely the Iranians would not to drag...
I've actually been sending really funny messages for the last 2 hours, but funnily enough, my VPN has not been making them send shit, so I'm sorry.
...them into the war. Number two, they're far more
Hey, Susie, how you doing?
in getting those products
Hey,
out
Mama
of the
B.
Strait of Hormuz
Good to see you.
than the energy self-sufficient United States.
I'm good, thanks. Hope
Like
you're
the
good
UK,
too.
for example.
Like the UK, Germany, France, India, and China.
All right, and we've got now, finally, 40 nations led by the UK and France are exploring, but only exploring potential for this. Why has it taken so long for them to get involved, do you think?
Well, I think much of it goes to the fact that they say they're not party to this conflict. They weren't advised on this conflict. They didn't want this conflict.
Yeah, be a bit to do with that.
The subtext behind that is they've been treated so horribly by Donald Trump over the past couple of years. A combination of repudiations, insults, and in many ways attempts to drive the allies to put far more of their money into defense, some of it which is reasonable. But the combination of all that, the totality of all that, has really strained the relationship between the United States, United Kingdom, particularly France, Spain. And so at the time
that is the best one. Clowning on it crazy style in a post-oil world, and by it, let's just say, my e-bike.
that the Americans come hat in hand for help. In a bit
Thank you for the 3 consecutive streams watched, Mama B.
No, we're not going to help. Now they realize there is a challenge not only to their relationship with the United States, but to their own populations as they see the price of gas, petrol at the pump, going up enormously, and the recognition that petroleum is not.
No, that's really true, Hippie. Yeah. Every time kids find a place to hang out, have fun, and socialize, they're banned from those spaces. Malls, the internet, if you think about the noise, do you remember the noise emitters that they started having in the UK outside corner shops? Because kids just had nowhere to hang out, and then so they hung out outside corner shops. And then obviously because of the other compounding factors that make kids' lives shit in the UK, kids were having fights outside corner shops and buying beer and shit like that. And so they started putting fucking these like noises that only children can hear. But the problem is that it wasn't only children, like also adults can hear them as well. It's just that the company that made them was just like, yeah, it's just new technology where kids can only hear these kinds of frequencies. And it's like, what you want about? Hey, Grabhouse, in my town, they just played Nickelback really loud. Oh. Coincidentally, only necrotic boomers couldn't hear it, yeah. It is infuriating, it's so bad. Some clowns got them on the front yard near me. I'm going to go around one day and take it out. You should never break the law. Hey, Rap Freak, they installed one for foxes in the flower beds outside my work. I had to point out to the old man who runs the building. It'll hurt a lot of the 20-somethings that work here. You just, like, this is like, so it's such a great example of humans trying to, like, control nature and control children. You know what I mean? And every time you do it, it just, like, harms everybody. Something to be said about that, isn't there?
Strait. Fertilizer comes out of the strait. Helium, which is necessary for other products, comes out of the strait.
King Charles stresses U.S. principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Could be collateral to a humanitarian.
Are we just gonna skip all this and go to King Charles? King Charles Trump. He's doing a speech, isn't he? Fuck's sake. And King Charles addresses Congress. Oh, it finished. We'll watch the replay. You're all about to hear this motherfucker's voice, chat. For those of you that didn't think it could be possible that there could be a posher British person than the imagined version of British people that's in your head, you're about to find out that there are people who are posher than that. And this one's the poshest. His voice sounds like an old shed door opening. Right, just go to the toilet real quick.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Oh,
Oh, are they just letting people in? Fuck off, man. Shut up. Mike Johnson and JD Vance? Oh, bro, this is nuts. Oh, there he is. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. You reckon we're getting another fake shooting? It wasn't fake. It wasn't fake. Please don't say that. Those two are the definition of ick. I mean, King Charles is the definition of ick. I found the Patreon CEO email. It's so good. I do just want to read you this just before he speaks, chat. Right, so this is the Patreon this is the CEO of Patreon, right? This is the CEO of Patreon. This is just an excerpt from the email that I got, that all Patreon creators got, right, today. The web today, to me, feels like a broken promise. As a creator, it's nearly impossible to reach my followers. I feel so much pressure to feed the algorithm as a creative person that it drains my soul and makes me question my own artistry. As a fan, I feel unhealthfully sucked into these apps against my will. I have to set timers for myself because I feel like my brain is getting hacked and hyped up on rocket fuel. The platforms have set up walled gardens and trapped us inside in order to get discovered, reach our fans, and commune with our fellow creators. All the while, they're working on features like AI image and video generators that seem to be designed to replace creators altogether. I don't want this internet. I don't want it. And I refuse to believe it's the best that humanity can do. At the end of last year, it's so funny. I'm gonna just skip ahead a bit because it's just a lot of like floundering and stuff. So he goes on to say, the Patreon network is now delivering over 1 million new members per month to creators. Many of these creators are growing their paid memberships too, which is exactly the end goal that this is all built for. We're delivering legitimate discovery, audience growth to creators right on Patreon. How is that happening? The product is really simple. It's a new post type called a quip. When you post a quip, it goes to your members' home feeds and it goes out to the Patreon network, a network of over 300,000 creators and millions more fans. While you might think that sounds like social media, it isn't. It feels completely different because of everything underneath the product. The incentives, the algorithms. You literally just complained about algorithms. The focus... The focus on long-term relationships instead of addicting people to their phones. You want people to have a long-term relationship with your app, but you say that they shouldn't be addicted to their phones. What are you fucking talking about, bro? It's an algorithm to counter the algorithm. It's so weird. It's so weird. Oh, God. Anyway, all right. Let's get even more mad. The answer to the app is app. It's so good that this happens. They're trying to make shorts with Substack articles. You think algorithms are bad? Well, our algorithms are much better. Look at his fucking head, man. He just really looks like something from Dune. You know what I mean?
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
There's something to be said, isn't there, about like the entirety of the US, of the Congress of the USA applauding the monarch of the country that they, you know, won independence from. Like, they fought against this guy potentially being in charge of their country. And they're like, yeah, man, fucking sick. Glad you're here, bro. It's crazy, man. In school, we were taught about how people passed out clapping to Stalin, and the royal family and the dictator-in-chief are fine. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Kedsai. Yeah, fought 2 wars to not have this guy around.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all
look at his hand.
Cities, and communities.
His hands are so mad. They look like hot dogs. They look like Vienna sausages.
Take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming
everyone in America's like, didn't she die?
States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time,
so disgusting, dude. What's happening, bro? What's happening? Why are they what's going on? Why are they like... What's going on? None of this makes any sense, dude. Hey, Threads. Between him and Trump, they have one functional hand.
All that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays.
Quoting
language.
A gay guy in Congress. Interesting.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty.
Doesn't know where he is.
In times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community, and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet too in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great...
Hello, followers, Hammer. Yeah, Oscar Wilde was gay, yeah.
The leadership of your nation.
Oh, you're just saying really they mentioned him, yeah.
Fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed.
Everyone standing up. Jesus Christ, dude. This is so embarrassing for the, like, Ted Cruz. A real rogues gallery here.
Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people
Says a monarch.
from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedom.
Oh, man.
Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother.
Everyone knows. Everybody knows, don't they? U.S. Congress. It's renowned for debate.
Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned.
It's good, that, isn't it?
These days, we
look
after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave.
Ho, 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 ha, ha, ha.
No, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today.
This is so dead, man.
Across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns,
Nappers.
evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree.
So, George VI didn't visit Hitler, but the ex-King Edward, who had abdicated the British throne, did go and visit Hitler before the Third Reich. So, there you go. Yes, you were right. Duke and Duchess of Windsor meeting Adolf Hitler. Hitler treated the Duchess with full royal deference. Right there. Yeah, I keep, oh, that was during the Third Reich, not before the Third, that was during the Third Reich, yeah. Yeah. So there you go. Is that real? I keep telling people, there are mad traditions and powers that the king has over our parliament in the UK, and if he wanted to, he could just stop Parliament from being a thing. You know what I mean? If he fancied it, if he felt threatened, he could just be like, right, no, we're stopping Parliament now. No more Parliament. No more Parliament for the commoners. You know, it's a mad thing. Hello, Turtle Vumpy. Hello, Alyssa. Welcome in.
At least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it.
That's so funny. The king literally just said the revolution that you had in America was meaningless. That's so joke, man.
So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctive.
Well, I mean, the Greens are anti-monarchy, aren't they, right? So if the Greens do get into power, it's over for the king. The levers of power are going to start. It's going to start happening. It's like, right, see you, Charles. Time to donate Buckingham Palace to the, to the whatchamacallits. He could give royal assent to bills passed by Parliament. No, he has to give royal assent, otherwise the bills don't pass. Hey HBB, welcome in. I hope it went well. It's also worth mentioning the Marburg files, where there was discussions between Hitler and Edward of installing him as king if Britain was defeated. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, there you go. I'm afraid I fretfully don't give you permission to form a government. Sorry about that, Zach. Buckingham Palace as a spoons when, yeah, exactly. Make Buckingham Palace 20 Downing or something. 10 Downing Street, you mean? Yeah, turn it into the seat of power for the government or whatever.
Like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that
by Jove,
what great change is brought about. Not just
making it 20 Downing Street, it'd be funny. Yeah, that's true.
Of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special...
It should be a Premier in Weatherspoon joint gaff like they've got in York.
in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America...
Did you just call it Bucci Mang Palace,
priceless
Morgana?
And eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable.
Stop clapping! Fucking hell, he just said 2 words.
Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington.
They're desperate to have a king again, aren't they? They're desperate. They are literally just desperate to have a king again.
It is, in fact, my 20th visit.
I know that people have, an issue with the protest being called No King's Protest and all that kind of business, but it is just, it is just so obvious that Republicans are just like, yes, we should have a king again, despite the fact that our name literally comes from the desire to not have a king. They're just like, yeah, mate, it'd be so sick to have a king. He's so mint. Look at this guy. He's in charge of everything.
To the United States, and my first as king and head of the Commonwealth.
Exactly. It just proves that the Anglo-Saxon nations are all just one white empire, yeah.
In our shared history. Or
ontological security. The world doesn't make sense unless they have a strong big daddy, yeah. Wait, what's he on about? What's happened there?
History. Or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of 2 Georges.
A tale of 2 Georges? What, like George Washington and George... what do you call it? King George? Was it King George at the time who they fought against? Like King George II or something? That's what he's on about. King George and George Washington. Yeah. This is so lame, man.
The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King
He
George
explained
III.
it. 5 times great-grandfather.
Never set foot in America. And please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action.
Why? It's just like not even funny, bro. It's literally not even funny. Like, does he know? He's so divorced from reality, bro. It's just like, this is just so dead. It's the deadest patter I've ever heard in my entire life. Royal patter is shite, yeah.
The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 200.
Would he say the same if there was a strong Republican movement in the UK? Would he say that the founding fathers or founding mothers, founding parents of the anti-monarchy revolution in the UK were rebels with a cause, a just cause?
250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day.
Look at his teeth, man.
They declared independence by balancing contending forces and drawing strength in diversity.
This is why Americans support Israel. They think it's an independence movement. Yeah.
To forge a nation on the revolutionary.
Why is he trying to be funny? He's literally like, you know, you can say what you want about the royals in the UK, but like when it comes to diplomatic relations, like this is why he's saying these kinds of things to the Americans, because he's like, we need to reaffirm the special relationship, and Keir Starmer's not doing it, so it's up to me, the king, to go and make sure that Trump and everyone realizes that Britain likes him and all that stuff. He's literally just, you know, reaffirming the cohesion of the Anglosphere, the imperial core, right? That's what it is, right? He's just trying to butter up Congress, and he's going like, well, you know, I'm not here to take it back. Don't worry about that. No, don't forget the Georges. Oh, the Georges, 2 Georges. You know that, you know, really simple things for the like American brain. And so that they're like, yeah, this is so good. He's such a funny guy. I like the king. And then they've got like an idea so that they don't think of Keir Starmer, like wet, smelly Keir Starmer, when they think of the UK, even though Keir Starmer is doing what the USA wants in terms of letting it use bases in our country and all that kind of stuff to bomb Iran and shit, providing actual military support in the region as well, albeit not as much as what Trump would like, you know. Imagine being the king of one of the greatest colonist monarchies that ever existed in the world. You have to kiss Trump's ass. Not even Monty Python could have written that shit, yeah.
Idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even
the British Enlightenment
in English common law.
Is it not the French Enlightenment?
These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated.
Yeah, the Enlightenment, it was like a Central European thing. It was like Italy, Switzerland, that kind of thing, you know?
American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta...
Yeah, that's right, Mia, yeah. Welcome in.
At least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Oh, Chuck loved that one. All the Democrats loved that one. Oh, it's subject to checks and balances. It has to be subject to checks and balances. Look at that steaming hunk Chuck Schumer standing fully erect twice at the mention of checks and balances. He's like, I've been mentioned. That's me. I'm doing that now. I'm doing the checks and balances by doing fucking nothing. It's just sick, innit? Look at him. Look at him grinning. This little freak. Look at all of them. They're all like, yes, that's what we're doing. Checks and balances by saying the president's a very naughty boy for invading Iran in a way that we wouldn't have done it. Mental. Does the UK have a Supreme Court? We have a Crown Court. Yeah, we have like a High Court and then the Crown Court and all that kind of business. Yeah. This is all pretty explicitly framing Trump as king. I don't know.
This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1250.
There's equality between Trump and Charles here. Yeah, for sure. Starmer not being invited to speak. I don't know if it's Starmer not being invited to speak. I think that it's like the king being used in his diplomatic capacity to... I don't know, like, maybe it was an invite. I don't know. I thought that it was just like Charlie calling up Donnie and being like, yo, let's hang out. You know? The White House accounts post calling him two kings. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that bit. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to any of this because I've just been looking at e-bikes today. King Charles is not Unc. Let's be clear here. Correct. Oh wow, is this real? Chat, is this real? Two kings. That's so crazy, bro. What the fuck? What the hell? It was a pan-European intellectual movement. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, you know, Charles calling it the British Enlightenment is just wrong. Like, it wasn't the British Enlightenment. It was more the European Enlightenment, wasn't it? You know?
To the United States of America.
Yeah, I believe you, babe. Yeah.
The United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve
it's all right.
in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls.
It's just a joke. Just laugh it off. Also, Kimmel should be fired. Yeah, they're talking about Jimmy Kimmel should be fired again, aren't they? That's their big thing. They're saying Jimmy Kimmel said that Melania Trump looks like an expectant widow, and that was actually his most banger joke in the entire bit. I watched the whole bit on Hassan's stream last night when we raided Jay Marianne and she was doing the Hass watch. Like the protracted bit where Jimmy Kimmel is pretending to be at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and like, yeah. Like, because the joke is, you know, the First Lady, expectant mother, right? She could be an expectant mother. She's not. She's an expectant widow because he might die soon. And then they're obviously saying that means that Jimmy Kimmel inspired this shooter who was an incredibly aggressive radlib. Who is also Natalie Wynn's favorite revolutionary, by the way. Yes, that's real. You know? Nella Steve Phone, hello, welcome in. And now Trump is like really mad. Apparently it was in the White House press secretary stuff yesterday. This is only 24 minutes. It's just like a really short White House press secretary thing. Where is the I doubt Kimmel of all inspired a shooter. Hey Carl, I think I'm gonna be real. It's more likely it was like Vorsh and those guys, because the guy's politics was just like extremely like radlib, like centrist radlib. You know what I mean? And like I imagine his actual fucking politics are literally just like, we should kill Trump because it means that we can get Hillary Clinton in. You know what I mean? He was a fan of Dylan Burns. This is what people are saying. They're saying that he watched a lot of Dylan Burns, and it's like, yes, that's exactly where that kind of radical, liberal, insane politics can get you, where you like love NATO, you know? I thought you disliked Contra. Who are we talking about now? Hey, Bellatrix, what's up? Daily Mail posted that Trump and Charles are cousins. What? He was anti-Hassan and pro-Israel. Yeah, that's right. He was anti-Hassan. He was pro-Israel. I don't think it matters if he was like anti-ContraPoints, like he didn't like ContraPoints, because it didn't stop ContraPoints from saying today that he's the most revolutionary person at the moment. Essentially, that's what she said. So far, we've had 3 red MAGA and 1 blue MAGA people attempting. Yeah, it's mad. They think killing Trump is slaying the beast, but it's not just one enemy. It's adventurism. It's total adventurism. We're going to probably do an adventurism episode on Red Planet this week. There is going to be 100% a Red Planet episode this week. Tune in on Sunday, 12 p.m. PST. She didn't say it in those words. She just said, she was like, what chapter in Marx explains that centrists are the best revolutionaries or whatever? Oh, it's not this week. We have a guest talking about tenant organizing this week. Oh, so it's not going to be this week. It's going to be next week. Yeah. Yeah, so Carolyn Levitt just did like a fucking like a big thing, a big statement just being like, Trump is so mad and you need to know that he's really mad. Where do we go? Trump is fearless. American public elected him. Fierce disagreement. We disagree often. Debate in peaceful protests. Violence stems from a systemic demonization of him. This is so good. Trump day after day for 11 years has helped. Violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day for 11 years has helped legitimize the violence. People who compare him to Hitler are bad. When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourself how different... Wait, what? How different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every day? Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy that social media are saying that Trump is an evil guy. That's so wild. Oh, here we go. It's this bit.
That we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that.
Where's the Carolyn Levitt interview? Where's the Carolyn Levitt bit?
White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt made a chilling remark minutes before gunshots rang out at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. President Donald Trump, Melania Trump, several cabinet members, and other top White House officials were rushed out of the White House Correspondents' Dinner after what sounded like gunfire at the
Hey, Ricky Bickies, how you doing?
DC, the same hotel where John Hinckley attempted to kill President Ronald Reagan in 1981. Shortly before the dinner began, White House Press Secretary...
Chat, this is the Economic Times, by the way. This is the Economic Times. Yeah? That's doing this video. This isn't just like some random YouTuber or whatever. Like, it's got like the spooky music. It's like do-do-do-do-do-do. It might as well be like a slowed down version of the X-Files theme tune.
Secretary Caroline Levitt had told Fox News that everyone should tune in to watch Trump's speech. He is ready to rumble, I will tell you. This speech tonight will be classic Donald J.
Wait, why don't you just have the footage of us saying it? I don't want you to read it. I want footage. This is so shit. I want the footage of her saying it. There's literally footage out there of her saying it. Caroline Levitt. Shots fired. Have they like tried to get rid of all of it? Here we go.
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you.
Let's get ready to rumble. Nah, you're completely justified in that, Ricky Bickies.
Tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in.
That's crazy. The laugh as well. It's so mad. They've been trying to get it deleted. Hello, Goofy. Shadow banned. Yep. That's so crazy, man. That's so crazy.
It will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So
That's so mad. That's so mad.
Ads defeated.
Thank you for the 4 months, Hunter Biden's bathroom. Cheers. Enjoy your ad previewing and your emotes. It's just so wild, honestly. Absolutely wild. So, you know, after her saying this, like, the violent rhetoric, just it's quite a funny coincidence, right?
And the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here...
Oh, I'm just learning that I got the Economic Times mixed up with The Economist, I think. The Economist was the thing that I was thinking of. Yeah, I was thinking of The Economist. Sorry. The Economic Times is not a reputable outlet. So there you go. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought that was a video from The Economist. I thought I was actually losing my mind.
And for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally.
They love it. They love it. They're like, yes, Britain should embrace Yankification. They should embrace Yankification. Everyone should be a Christian in Britain. It's not going to happen.
Guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my
Aren't all of them diddlers? Yeah.
Interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it,
Brother, you are not light. You are darkness. That's not what that is. That's not you are the darkness. You are not the light. It's pretty simple. Confirmed countless times because he has lots of money and power, so he always overcomes the darkness. The darkness to him is people saying mean things about him and his sausage fingers. And also, like, his brother being a pedophile, but not necessarily the fact that he is a pedophile, the fact that people found out. You know?
Profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow.
Yeah, he meant white.
Of each other.
That's right, exactly. Hello, banker. Comrade Polanski is going to abolish your sausage fingers and your pedo ass, Charlie. Hell yeah.
This is why it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords.
What's that from? Who used that recently? We'll beat our plowshares into swords. Is that something that's been appropriated from Palestine? Plowshares into swords. Bro, wait, what? No, he said it the wrong way. In the Bible, you're supposed to beat your swords into plowshares. He did it the other way round.
My prayer that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords.
Oh, he wants to stop the beating of plowshares into swords. Okay. Fine, whatever. I thought he was saying we should turn our plowshares into swords, which is the opposite. It doesn't matter. Fat chance of that. Yeah, why don't you use your executive power in the fucking United Kingdom to stop the fucking military from going sick about trying to go to war with Russia, dude? I don't know what any of that means. So in the Bible, there's like a quote. It's a quote from the Bible. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what chapter it is. But essentially what it means is, don't kill people. We should feed each other, right? That's what it is. And he's trying to say we should stop people from doing the opposite of that, basically. Yeah.
I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe...
If he did that, he'd immediately cause a constitutional crisis. I mean, anything to make the British people know that we still have a monarch who can abuse his fucking powers in the United Kingdom. Do you know what I mean?
For my heart, that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none.
Utter cattle. Just absolute cattle, man. A king speaks and they're all like, yeah, man, sick. Can you imagine, right? Can you imagine? They always talk about the founding fathers and the Constitution, and I know that it doesn't mean anything, right? I know it doesn't mean anything, but can you imagine if the founding fathers knew that this was how the king was going to be received in the future? I mean, to be fair, the USA is in charge of the United Kingdom, right? So they would see that and be like, oh, that's good. But I think that it is, you know, it's quite prescient. I know that they talk about that shit for racism. But you know what I mean? It's like, yeah.
Alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision.
Kissinger mentioned. That's crazy, bro.
Of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America.
There's a hype train. Chat, we don't have to watch this for a bit. That's great. That's brilliant. Let's listen to some tunes. Yeah, why did he pronounce it Kissinger? Henry Kissinger.
The government knows.
Chat, you know the score. Got Hype Train on the go. You want to listen to some more tunes? Give me money. Keep gifting, keep subbing. We've only got a minute left because I caught it late, but we'll listen to the whole tune.
Looking at you is Uncle Sam. Look him in the eyes with your balls in your hand and stick it to the f***ing man. Stare at the screen when you unpack. The government is staring back. This is how they know you best, with a dick in your right and a mouse in your left. No more interest in the Middle East, so they look at you while you touch your meat. In the middle of a truce, they put the equipment to the use. Why you think you pay the tax for drones and spies, computer hacks? Tax has gone through the roof, at least it's put to good use. The government knows. The government knows. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you're whacking it. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting at home. They fill the sky full of drones to check on you and your bone. Size don't matter to the CIA. They can see your dick from outer space. The government knows.
20 seconds left on the Hype Train chart. You want to keep listening to tunes? Give me some money. 10 seconds left. Huge bangers. Huge bangers inside. Hype Train complete. Thanks so much. We'll listen to one tune.
The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting at home, looking straight through your webcam. Looking at you is Uncle Sam. Look him in the eyes with your balls in your hand and stick it to the man. In the zone, weird look on your face. This is how you're stored in their database. They're all around, they're all knowing. The only dick they haven't seen is Edward Snowden's.
Hey Mouse Rat. Hey RT. Did I say hi to you? Huge bangers inside. Huge bangers inside. Thank you for the mini Hype Train chat. Thank you, Hunter Biden's Bathroom, for the resub. And thank you, Magic Mia, for the resub. 12 months a year from Magic Mia.
Wow.
Thank you so much for all the support. If you want to contribute to the stream in a different way, please consider tipping. Please consider subbing off Twitch, because we're so close to hitting the dono goal, the direct dono goal. Yeah. And when we hit that £700 dono goal, that means that we will be unlocking a all-night May the 7th election stream to watch the local council results here in the UK. It's going to be fun. We're going to see Labour humiliated, absolutely dumpstered, destroyed. And it's going to be great. It's going to be good stuff. So please consider doing that. We're only £45 away from the goal. That means that if 22 people spend £2, we would hit it straight away. And that's how you do that. So please consider supporting the stream in that way. If not, you could also support the stream by watching my my new series on the VOD channel of Tomodachi Life, the new game that's out, Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream. If you want to see what kind of things I'm doing on my island, here's a little example of that. Oh, wait. There we go. Here's what we've been doing on that.
Hello, Resi.
Wait! Bellatrix with the £3. Let's go. We're making it happen. We are making it happen. Thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Chat, only £42 to go. £42 to go. If everybody in the chat donated £2, I guarantee we'd do it and then some. Yeah, here's a little clip from the gaming streams. You can find these videos on the VOD channel.
Would you like to have a chat?
And the gaming channel on the...
About getting divorced.
is in the chat as well.
Yeah, sure. If someone told you, Resi, I'm going to go getting divorced, would you join them?
What?
Absolutely. I love getting divorced. I can't stop thinking about it, day and night. I really am totally obsessed with getting divorced. If you'd like, I could talk to you about it non-stop.
Yeah, you could.
I would like nothing more.
So there you go. There's a little segment. And that's just 45 seconds. Chat. That's just 45 seconds of hours and hours and hours of Tomodachi Life content with hyper-realistic Graham Linehan and Reza Pahlavi me's on the island and various other political characters. So there you go. That's how you know it's a good way to support me. It never even occurred to me that Tomodachi would have customizable accents. No, it's just because I'm in that region. Like, I'm in the region of Britain and Europe, so... Or it's not even Europe, it's Britain. And so they're just like, yeah, everyone has like a British accent. Anyway, there you go. Little call to action bit. Yeah, it's a shame that you don't have more accent capability. Yeah. Surprisingly localized, yeah.
That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States...
There'll be a couple of people in the audience going, hey now. Excuse me. Hitler was a socialist, actually.
...joined us in the defense of freedom. Our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era...
Yeah, what did your great-grandfather and what did your great-uncle think about Hitler? Yeah.
...more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for anyone...
Chad, do you reckon if we pulled up the Queen Elizabeth speech from 1991 in Congress, do you think it would be like just the same? Imagine if he just like lifted the whole speech and 0 Americans remember because they just don't care about any of that.
...nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership.
Ours is an indispensable partnership.
We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years.
He's literally carrying water for Keir Starmer here. He's literally carrying water for Keir Starmer. He's like, I know that you don't like Keir Starmer at the minute, but he did say, we must not disregard everything that's happened for the last...
Instead, we must build on.
You could dispense whatever you like, wherever you like, Donny.
Renewal.
He's getting stressed about how often they're clapping.
Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defence. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago...
No, the United Kingdom does not believe in that, if you're talking about the people of the United Kingdom.
I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great...
Yeah, what happened when you were in the military, bro? What kind of stuff did you do in the military, bro? He was in there for 5 years, in 1971 to 1976. So literally just like peacetime. Not peacetime, technically, because there was the Cold War, right? But he just like chilled. He just chilled on a boat for 5 years. And probably did enough pedo shit, you know what I mean? Let's face it.
Grandfather King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of...
Charles served in the Air Force and the Royal Navy during the 1970s. His military training began in 1969, his second year at Cambridge, when he joined the Cambridge University Air Squadron and learned to fire a chipmunk. He was presented with his RAF wings in 1971. After the passing out parade that September, he embarked on a naval career, 6-week course, Royal Naval College, Dartmouth. Served on a guided missile destroyer, HMS Norfolk, and frigates HMS Minerva. Experienced 0 combat whatsoever. HMS Broddington. Parachute training at Priors Norton. Just like did nothing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, what was your uncle up to in Northern Ireland? Yeah. He probably broke a firefighter's strike or something. Yeah, probably. Utter nonce.
9/11.
Yo, good night, Mia. Thanks for hanging out.
A defining moment for America.
He went on a DOS for 5 years, yeah.
Shock were felt around the whole world.
He also caused a plane to crash. He crash-landed a plane. What? How a jet flown by King Charles overran a runway. You what? He burst 3 tires of Royal Jet in a £1 million plane. His plane, a Piper Cherokee Arrow. Wait, what? This is in the Daily Mail as well, so you've got to believe it when it's the Daily Mail talking about the king. Because they wouldn't lie. They wouldn't make him out to be bad. That's nuts. When the king crashed the Queen's flight, how Prince Charles burst 3 tires of Royal Jet in £1 million in 1997 after overshooting the runway, and then clashed with William over family helicopter trips. It's the first time he'd put a foot wrong, but the mistake still paid to the king's time as a pilot. It came to an end in June 1994 when he crashed the Queen's flight. What? He had taken over the controls of a British Aerospace 146 aircraft as it came into land off the island of Islay in the Inner Hebrides during his 5-day tour of... What? During his 5-day tour of Scotland? What? This is because he just went insane with power. Carrying too much speed amid 33-mile-an-hour tailwinds, 3 tires burst when the plane hit the runway, he had to dramatically turn to avoid going onto rough land that was followed by a 14-foot drop. That's so funny, dude. A damaged nose cone, landing gear, and weather radar. While he insisted shortly afterwards the near miss wasn't quite a crash, he quickly decided to hang up his flying gloves. That's so joke, bro. Oh my god. He was probably pissed. He was probably pissed, and he was like, I'm going to be the king one day. Give me the controls, surf. And the pilot was probably like, no, don't do that. You mad bastard. And then he did, and he fucked it up. That's so funny, dude. Pims fueled plane. He's twatting enough Pims.
To New York. My wife and I will again pay our
They actually fucked him off. The Royal Air Force said no because he's wank at flying. There you go, yeah.
The victims,
there's the truth.
The families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten.
The day when you crashed the plane. We'll never let you forget that. Look at all the, like, who are these guys at the front, chat? Are these, like, civil servants? These are all, like, real Americans, and they're just sat there watching their lawmakers, like, look at this lady's face. She looks like she's been to fucking Vietnam. Do you know what I mean? Like, she got that 1,000-yard stare. Like, I can't believe this is happening. Same with her. Mental.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder.
He did do the Family Guy meme. He mentioned 9/11 and there was just a bunch of applause.
Through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security.
This is crazy, man. He's like, NATO's mint, bro. It's so sick. This is literally just an effort to try and save NATO. That's all it is. It is an absolute effort to try and save NATO.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Her. Calling Ukraine her. Look at Pelosi. She loves it, man. She's like, yes, yes. More weapons to Ukraine. No diplomacy. Keep the war going! More dead children!
It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace.
He's a woke king.
From the depths of the Atlantic.
Yeah, here's the thing though. Is he gonna say is he gonna say this is why we need to support Israel, you know? Is he gonna go that far?
To the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic. The commitment and expertise of the
he's talking about climate change. This isn't going to go well.
United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protect.
Oh no, he's saying because the ice is melting, we need to care about the fact that Russia could just jump over Antarctica and bomb the United States any day now. Oh, mate. I knew it wasn't going to be that simple.
Protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries.
Oh, bro. This is so rough.
Ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of U.S. Service personnel, defence officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together.
Great.
And we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history.
Yeah, they accept climate change is real and have embraced fascism as the solution. It's climate behemoth. You know, in the models chat, do you know about this? Climate Leviathan? So there's a book called Climate Leviathan, and the main crux of the argument is that there are going to be 4 outcomes from climate change in terms of geopolitics. And Climate Leviathan is essentially what we're doing now. So neoliberal capitalist hegemony. This is not sustainable. So if we were to turn into, you know, a fractured empire where there is not. So it's talking about anti-planetary sovereignty here. It's talking about no big power blocks like, you know, like individual nation sovereignty rather than geopolitical so-called sovereignty empire, right? Then you're going to have climate behemoth, right? Which is essentially Mad Max, yeah? And then you've got the non-capitalist version with planetary sovereignty, so with nation power blocks, not necessarily imperialism, but non-capitalist. And this, you know, we criticized this on Red Planet when we first looked at this because we thought, it seems like a little bit xenophobic to call it Mao, but obviously now understanding kind of what they were angling at, which was, yes, China is still a, you know, broadly anti-capitalist nation engaging in the mix of socialism and capitalism, doing capitalism better than the West, yada, yada, yada. That is what they're referring to. And so this could be a version where, you know, an authoritarian measure is, you know, actually like essentially, it's basically green policy being forced on nations as a result of an authoritarian attitude towards it, right? Of course, this is still like, it's still lib-brained shit, but it kind of makes a bit of sense if you think about it. And Climate X is just a scenario that is unlikely but unsure, right? So, yeah, they are going for Climate Behemoth. Could have been Climate G, yeah. Yeah, Climate X is just like, you know, what if actually, you know, there weren't big power blocks and there were, you know, people engaging in Climate Stalin? Well, not necessarily. I think that, like, yeah, Climate Stalin, like, there could be revolutions, sovereignty in nation states outside of China, and Climate Stalin could be a thing, you know what I mean? Where there's like an authoritarian dictatorship of the proletariat that enforces green policy, right? This is a possibility. Climate Lenin, Climate Stalin. But, you know, Climate Mao essentially sort of covers that, really. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a bit of a reductive look at it, to be honest. You know what I mean? I always found various different issues with this sort of political compass. You know what I mean? It's trying to be a political compass, essentially. So you've got neoliberal capital over here, fascism over here, some kind of like extreme left, you know, decentralized anarchist or individual nation states, you know, practicing communism or dictate the proletariat here, and you've got like a broad sort of globalist, I guess, Maoism over here, right? So a bunch of different, you know, it's not nuanced, it's just a broad outcome, yeah. We need a Climate Stalin as a joke on one of my favorite podcasts. Maybe they read this book. Yeah, it's probably true. Yeah, it's probably true. There was definitely a podcast that spoke about Climate Stalin in relation to Climate Leviathan. I can't remember who it was. So yeah, they want to do Climate Behemoth.
Focus.
I think that. Oh, is that Raising Cane down there? That's fucking Dan Raisin Kane down there. That's crazy. By the way, have you noticed how few military officials are here? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the top brass. Is this all the top brass that's left at the Pentagon? Surely these chairs would have been more filled out with top brass. They sack everybody?
And we are doing it in partnership.
They're at their second jobs.
A country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign.
It's crazy him saying this, man. I'm so proud to be the king of Australia, dude.
We do not embark on these
Has Canada been mentioned, by the way? He's way closer to Canada than he is to Australia.
We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity.
There appears to be, like, and it's not just this, but there appears to be some kind of an effort to regroup at the minute after the disaster of the US attack in Iran, right? And it is manifested in this diplomatic move by the UK to try. Oh, no, you're right. It would be a bad idea to bring up Mark Carney. Yeah. You're right. It wouldn't be a diplomatic move. Yes, correct. When it comes to the regrouping of NATO and the Imperial Corps manifesting, it's manifesting in this. It's manifesting in this diplomatic effort to try and rebuild ties between the USA and the UK. And it's also manifesting in this effort, this supposed effort of Keir Starmer in trying to gather 40 countries together to be opening the Strait of Hormuz. It's not going to work. It's not going to happen. It's going to be embarrassing for those 40 countries who, if they try and engage in military action, it's going to go pretty south, pretty quick. And I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. Has this affected the oil prices? No, it hasn't. Yeah, the US is operating on its own logic at the moment. They're not interested in being part of a larger whole. They're just interested in making as much money as possible before the inevitable collapse of empire. I think that they do know that empire is collapsing. I think that they do know that. And I think that Trump is much more invested in having a USA that resembles Turkey or Egypt. He always says he loves Sisi. He's his favorite dictator and all that kind of business. He would much prefer the USA to be in that kind of a position in the world where it's all self-contained. They're all looking after themselves. They might be aggressive in their own region, in the Western Hemisphere, but empire is pulling back, you know? I think that the main reason that the US went to war this time was for oil, and it wasn't to steal oil in an empire way. It was for Donald Trump and his sons to have a nice retirement package so they never have to work a day in their lives. I think he thought, he probably had people saying in his ears the whole time, "Sir, if we go to war with Iran, oil prices will go through the roof because they'll close off the Strait of Hormuz." Right? It starts to make sense when you think about it. When you think about the fact that, like, he turned around and was like, "We're going to blockade the Strait of Hormuz." Like, why would he do that? Right? Why would he do that? Because he knows it would drive up oil prices, and so him and his mates can make money on the oil market and poly market and all that kind of business. You know, it's starting to make more and more sense to me. Just throw troops into the fucking organ grinder to make as much money as possible. Uncle Sam's last dance, certainly in the Middle East. You know, and that's it. He's gonna retreat, and this is why I keep saying to American chatters, like, you gotta join an ICE defense organization. Absolutely. It's going to be the most important kind of organization to join in the next 10 years in America. You know, extremely important. Hey Nambibi, how you doing? Yeah, the oil barons are smiling all the way to the bank. Crazy way to funnel public money into your own hands. Just use PFIs like a normal person. Yeah, I think it's he's the main guy for cutting out the middleman. Like it's his entire modus operandi, right? He just wants to make as much money as possible with as little faff as possible. With PFIs, you've got to wait, haven't you, for returns, you know? But when it comes to you know, just gambling on the fucking stock market like this, and, you know, manipulating the stock market in this way, it's a much more immediate return on investment, isn't it? It's just, he loves quick stuff. He loves, you know, and if Israel can be there to, like, hold the, you know, hold the line, as it were, like, take all the damage, you know, I mean, US troops are still getting fucking murked, but, you know what I mean? It makes complete sense for someone who bankrupted a casino, doesn't it? It makes total sense. Just going to go to the toilet chat.
The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation. And the
He's awful at public speaking. Yeah, no, it's literally zero charisma. It's so bad.
Of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders.
I'm bored as fuck. I'm looking at e-bikes again.
The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I'm so proud.
Who even is decent at public speaking anymore? Trump, Donald Trump.
The connection between.
At least when Trump speaks, he just says insane things. I just have an expectation now for any head of state to just drop the most insane sentence that you've ever heard in your entire life in the middle of a speech, and for us to laugh about it for at least 5 minutes, right? Is that really good or just funny? Value is a subjective opinion. Oh, wait, hang on. That doesn't make sense. Value is subjective. Scheinbaum's pretty good. Yeah, I imagine Scheinbaum's pretty good. Hannah Spencer's good. Yeah, we like listening to Hannah Spencer. Zach Polanski, that's right. Yeah, Zohran. You know, unfortunately, Tucker Carlson. Yeah, You know, you need to have a bit of like, really? You know, unfortunately, you got to be a bit zany. That's the reality, right? You got to be zany in order to, like, you know, capture people's attention nowadays. This is only like, you know, is it even worth listening to the king? Who really cares? I mean, it's nearly done with, you know, sunk cost fallacy. Let's engage in a sunk cost fallacy, right? What other content am I going to look at? We're going to look at some economic shock warnings on LBC, Kid Rock at the Pentagon. I'm probably far too jaded for my own good. It's fine to be jaded, don't worry. I used to enjoy watching George Galloway handing the US Senate their asses till I found out he was a total dick. Yeah, he's horrible. Did you watch the Zach Ed Balls interview yesterday? I did not. We could watch that. We could just fly over to that, actually. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it.
As well,
oh shit, VOD watchers, I've got to lose you for this bit. I'm sorry. I got to lose you for this bit. Back very soon.